And are we on? Are we on? Let me see. Let me also check if the sound is good. All right. Yep. Sounds about right. Okay. Cool. Cool. Now where were we? Ah, right.
One of us could help support you, even if you worry over another person.
Mm-hmm.
We were still just.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm just gonna jump right in. I know some streamers have like the 5 minutes wait or whatever. Whoever finds this finds this. Whoever doesn't has to vote. Now I always make sure to archive my things properly. I don't think I've lost any streams yet. Well, except it was Twitch themselves that lost it to the point where you don't even get the option to export or download. Alright. Is this...
The odds of making a mistake with my reflexes dulled is far lower than the odds of something going wrong with one if the bridges start to sink if we're attacked.
Right.
If one simply misplaces their footing and slips, both and as I
Yep. Good talk. Okay, so now we've saved Margaret and Lou, but okay. So we've had, because of course there's 3 others aside from us and travelers. There's Margaret, Lou, and the melee. I've had a run with the melee and Lou, and I've done the runs with the melee and Margaret. No wait, and with Lou and Margaret. So now there's the set of runs with with the melee and Margaret. Yes. And of course seeing what happens if I just abandon everyone ASAP. So yeah, it's just starting over from the very beginning of the game. Yes. Alright, skip until the first choice. Yeah, let's talk to Beme.
You are brash but not intentionally cruel. I'm sure all is well.
You're a good woman, Kika. Smart, too. You've never been here, yet you knew more of the guy than I did.
I know about Garvin, truthfully. Tales of his deeds were some of the only stories my parents ever told.
I've also got my tea and water here, so hopefully my throat doesn't give out for the sections where there is no built-in narration.
Is that so? You could tell me more about it sometime.
Or, just strained from very intense reactions to seeing shit happening. Let's see. I pause, unsure how to respond to this type of request. Like I'm a guard, not a storyteller. Why did I say it like tella? Like what was it with that? Anyway.
I would like that very much.
Oh. Okay.
Yes, I wouldn't mind that. It must wait until after this trip, though.
Of course. We should drop this topic sooner rather than later, in any case.
Yep. I totally agree. Even if there's no harm meant, hearing someone mention Garvin is probably difficult for the guide, no matter the circumstance. With the topic dropped, we each remained locked inside our own thoughts, not another word passing between us. Eventually, a small light appears on the bridge ahead, and it gets closer, and it's the guide. I can't shake the ghostly aura. He gets closer. Hello, bonjour. Are you the guide? Yes, I am the guide. Wow, let's go.
Hello. It's good to see you.
Wow, yes, that's...
Is there a...
Yes, I will allow all three.
But at least one will die, because only 2 people can make it. Yes, yes.
We don't have time for that.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Good talk.
An
Yes.
extra day or two shouldn't be that
Alright,
much of a
and
problem for you.
I'm gonna
Whoever
see.
you're
I'm gonna.
meeting can surely wait.
The night
Yeah,
is only
whatever.
so long.
And I believe you.
I will see what happens if I choose as many options, like in favor of the melee, if that unlocks anything. After like having exhausted all the organic playthroughs, so to say, I will also be following a guide for the final achievements. Wow. Wait, actually, was that interesting? Alright, he dressed the guide. Okay, I think, yeah, okay, so luckily I didn't accidentally skip some new dialogue because I wasn't sure if I did that choice before.
We're lucky to have each other in this, I think.
That one I don't quite recall, but again, like, it's not like I've been playing this game back to back. You know, there's been a few days between each playthrough. Each play session. Yeah, that's better. I will protect everyone on this trip. I will. We will make it through this. Then I step onto the dock and join them. We've already seen what happens if you try to save everyone. Then just random bullshit go. You're guaranteed a loss. Alright, so this is just the basic thing again. Yeah. And then choice. Place my hand. And then he blushes. Gets so shy. And then suddenly, la creatura. Then I'm like, oh, that's not good. And then another quick time event. And Mark is like, hey, what? Stop that. And then I'm not sure like how much this one could. Actually, I didn't take that one after for a while. So
Thank you kindly, Margaret.
I nod at her. The melee and I position ourselves a few feet away from the guide, and in no time we've fallen into step in our new positions.
So, I don't want to sound like a child, but how much longer...
Yeah, I'm gonna save here. Yeah, let me just save there. Margaret chuckles, reflecting the amusement I don't want to vocalize.
We still have some ways to go.
Damn.
I suppress my laughter yet again at his pouting response. The gloom we've been under dissipates slightly, like light flickering through the fog.
The first trial tends to be the most difficult. I believe we will only react better from this point on.
Are you sure about that? the powers of returning to the start of the game.
I like the way you think.
Then a gleam enters Bimele's eyes, and he grins.
I think Kika deserves a round of applause. Her quick reflexes are owed the utmost appreciation.
Yes, I know, I'm very awesome and cool and everything. He leaned softly into my shoulder, trying to get me to... What? Like, just utmost confusion, like what's happening?
It was indeed a sight. You're quite capable. Bemele was also a sight, but for very different reasons. The way he froze with his mouth all agape was a laugh in itself.
You should know, she and I are usually on equal footing.
Okay, that's enough of repeating dialogue. It's strange in the middle, watching over the guide. Until now I didn't notice how smooth his movements are. There's a sense of grace to his actions, even in the basic task of walking down a bridge. I have to actively stop myself from being distracted by it. Okay, and when is the choice? Oh, right, Naruhodo. Yes. Okay, so let's see. We've had... Let's see if I truly remember well. We've had Lou, Margaret and Bemele. And then reaching the mid-island we first abandoned Margaret. So we had Bemele and Lou. Now the previous set of playthroughs was Margaret and Lou. So now Margaret and Bemele. I noticed the guide seems to be getting further away from us. He's speeding up. I do the same.
Why are we going faster?
And just like, why are you running? Why are you running? And then it's like, neom. And then some bridges sink. And then we save Margaret.
We're making a right.
Following me to the turn. Oh right, because now we have a different layout. Because we changed the way we organized the team. I glanced back once more. Margaret, although further behind than before, awesome. Okay, so now you don't have to do the rescue mission. Ah, interesting. As the night wears on, our strength rapidly fades. Even my stamina is being challenged. I can't imagine what this must be like for Margaret. Oh, even my. Probably it's like the emphasis on my. Because, you know, she's like the guard, so well trained. She's holding her side as she runs, clearly cramping from the exercise. How much longer will this last? People have to rest sometime. And then the guide stops. And then, yeah. Oh, oops, sorry. I need to just put my middle finger down beside the mouse. I'm playing games like this. Ah, right. Yes, you are being skipped. It's just hasta la bye bye. Very sad, very sad. Anyway, we had to let him go. We've only barely been surviving so far. Yeah, no, I placed my middle finger back on the mouse because it was very uncomfortable having it next to it. The space the man vanished into is dark and silent. We can see and hear nothing of him. Not even his footsteps.
Maybe we should call him back? We can at least give him directions. Tell him what paths we've been taking.
Oh, new dialogue. Let's go. Oh, that's very nice. That's very cool.
It's not going to make any difference. We can't give directions when the bridges we were on might very well have sunken away.
That is a pretty good point, because as we just noticed, a lot of those bridges went a blip blip, a blip blip. You know? Because this is all really cursed, and the bridges kind of do whatever they want. It's like they have a mind of their own. Maybe they do, actually. Maybe the bridges are a creature. Oh. Maybe. Maybe.
We shouldn't focus on what might become of him. He has his own path to follow, and we ours. We should focus on what we're doing now.
Of course, it's not really a might, but we have to get through this somehow. And being weighed down with guilt will only distract us. Yeah, it's basically the mentality of if the death happens off screen, it's not real. The guide starts moving again at a quick pace. After a moment's hesitation and one last glance into the truly lifeless fog, we run to catch up to him. Run! We walk onwards in silence. Alright, and this is like repeating dialogue. So it also happens if you leave Margaret to die. Huh. The stranger was never added to it, so it's not as if it makes sense to miss him. But there's a sense of loss all the same. No one even attempts mirth. Though Bemele constantly looks to want to reach out towards my empty hand, always thinking better of it before doing so. I keep thinking I should have done more. Should have pushed the guide harder to change his mind, so it was less dangerous to keep the man around. Something. Anything. But I have to let this go. I'm not going to forget that man. I'll never forget him. But we still need to get through this. I curl my hands into fists, hoping it'll strengthen my resolve. Then I push forward, and I will assume the rest of the dialogue till the next choice is also a repeat. Not again. The prowlers wriggle somehow, their skin moving more okay, wait, actually, let me see, did something happen? Alright, he leaves, call back, should focus on what might become of him. Alright, push cars. Okay, that's the same. Okay, so it's just a group stands there, ready to kill us. Okay. The prowlers wriggle somehow, their skin moving more slowly than it should, sliding across their skeletons. Oh, this reminds me of SCP-106. Is it 106? Sorry, I'm getting very distracted now, but I have to look this up. SCP-106. Yes, the old man with the slime thing.
We already lost a lantern and it's only our first day. We can't keep doing this.
Well, yeah. You know what the guide said? Not all of us can make it across.
Yes, we can't lose a lantern at this point. We're almost to the island.
The guide rummages through his coat with his free hand.
What are you planning?
Oh, he's gonna burn the bridge.
Wait,
It will.
this isn't end.
He's.
Yes.
Don't get.
Okay, let's see if there is now more dialogue with Margaret and Bemele. No, because it's slightly different dynamics. Right. Yes, and then. Oh, hey, this is new. Let's go. Bemele and I managed to keep our ground, but Margaret falls to the ground. At least, I thought that was what happened. She starts pawing the bridge, and as we know from one of the alternative routes, This means that she lost her glasses, which is, slightly fucked. My glasses fell off. I can't see. The guide, having regained... sorry, that sounds very weird. Let me try it again. The guide, having regained his balance, presses on. He doesn't even bother to look at her. Bemele and I run to Margaret, scanning the bridge, but there's no sign of her glasses. The flames are growing thicker and closer. The heat life-sucking, close enough to nip at her heels. I grab Margaret's arm. Yeah, see, so that's also like, if you need glasses, then why did you even want to become the guide here? Because, like, even the slightest disadvantage like that could very well be fatal in a place like this. And, like, surely, like, a sad, boring life would have been better than what would have likely become of you if you really got any sort of progress in your plans of being a guide. Anyway.
Your glasses aren't here anymore. We have to go or we'll lose the guide.
Margaret squints up at me, face paler than ever. She nods and stands. And we start after the guide again. As our storm of feet thunder across the boards, a silver sliver begins to rise into view just above the edge of the water. Is that the island?
It's the island.
It's the island. Let's go. The island? I squint and suddenly make out the craggy forms of land and earth. I see it. We're almost there. Safety at long last in sight. New energy surges through me. We push ourselves faster, longing to put these god-forsaken bridges behind our backs. All at once, the bridge ends, and our entire group rushes ashore. Earth. Solid earth. A haven from the water. I catch my breath while still moving even further away from the dark shoreline. I can't believe we actually made it. Even more difficult is the idea that we're only halfway done. When night falls once more, we have to do it all again. A heavy arm falls across my shoulders, and I straighten to see Bemele smiling warily at me.
Good work out there.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I know I did very well. It's not the usual commendation of a job well done. There's sadness, perhaps even sympathy, in the sentence. It ends flatly. With a sigh, he leans his head to the side, having it rest slightly against mine. Ah. Okay. Usually Bemele's comfort and good nature gives me at least the urge to smile, but right now it feels like a hollow victory. He moves to face Margaret, who is squinting at the surrounding area.
Good work out there.
This statement is more energetic. He is not willing enough to show a lack of confidence in front of her. Margaret smiles slightly.
How are you doing without your glasses?
I tried to think of like some sort of vision related pun, but I couldn't, so instead it was just silent for a few seconds without any actual reason.
Oh, I'll manage. I have to, after all. I'm not completely blind, thankfully, so I can muddle my way through.
Good soup.
There isn't anything much to see out on those bridges. As long as you stay away from the edge, you should be as safe as you were before.
That's true. It will be fine.
Will it though? And then the guide is there. He moves so smoothly that his steps on the soft sand are nearly silent, and his dusky clothes blend with the thinning of the night.
The sun will rise soon. The fire on the bridge is the only reason this island isn't overrun with prowlers right now. However, they could still pose a threat.
Is that why you decided to set the bridges on fire? To make the island safer?
The guide looks at Margaret. For what I suddenly realize might be only the second or third time all night.
Setting the bridges alight isn't an uncommon strategy. It has many uses.
He walks away, Margaret frowning at his retreating form. Come. So sorry, Arthur. I just remembered watching a clip from Neknasu. Or well, it was more a collection of clips from a creative visual art vault, where she used a lot of glue and also said the word glue a lot. But then at one point there was randomly and with high intensity she mentioned gum flavor and no context was given because again it's just very short little sections of sometimes even less than a second. so yeah, now where you just suddenly see the word "come" like that without anything else surrounding it, then I suddenly have to think of that. and anyway, right. The guide takes us to an area a bit further inland, but not too far from water. Trees partially obscure a location, and there's enough room to watch the coast in case prowlers start to emerge from the water. Essentially, it's a place where an ambush would be hard.
If any of you see anything at all, speak up. We don't want them to sneak up on us.
Almost automatically, each member of the group turns to a different direction. Alright, and then I want to go after Bemele. For a brief second, I feel a flicker of pride. This night may have been awash with misery, but we're still here for each other. As the sky continues to fade, from pale purple to a muted blue, the water stays silent. For the first time, nothing happens. It is a miracle. Suddenly, my chest is lighter and the air is fresher. The first specks of light appear over the horizon, stinging my eyes after such a long journey through darkness. A sound catches my attention and I move my focus towards its direction. The guide is opening the latch on his lantern again. He gently, almost respectfully, blows out the light.
We no longer have to worry about the Nixie. It is over for today.
I'm almost unable to keep tears of relief from pouring out at those words. We made it through the night. We survived. No one feels the need to speak. We look at each other, an understanding passing between us. Then we find our own space, as comfortable as we can get, and lie down for the rest. We weren't sure would ever go. Oh, right, so rest as in sleeping, yeah. My eyes slowly blink open and readjust to the brightness. But little there is. The sun is obscured by a thick layer of fog. making it impossible to estimate the time of day. I prop up my elbows and push myself up. The ground is hard and rocky, but that isn't the only reason I am eager to get on my feet. I check my surroundings. The harsh, craggy earth of the island is interlaced with twisting vines and gnarled branches. Beside me, Bemele and Margaret are still fast asleep. The guide, however, has completely fucked off. okay, that was a little crude. I will admit that. I realize that I don't recall seeing him lay down with everyone. It's likely he left us hours ago. There is a creeping silence here. I can't help but shudder at the hollow, aching feeling inside of me. It refuses to relent. I shift my weight back and forth, unsure of what to do with myself. Memories of last night's harrowing journey flicker through my mind. Bemele awakes suddenly, rising with alarm and startling Margaret awake as well. My mouth opens, then shuts, and after a moment of fumbling, a word finally escapes, and then we're gonna go after Bemele.
Hello.
Because they're gonna split up soon, or at least I will assume so, because in all other routes they did.
Morning.
Is it even morning anymore?
Margaret tries to speak lightheartedly. However, it doesn't do much to improve the mood. A pocket of quiet descends over us.
We should eat something soon. Margaret, do you have enough supplies?
Yes, I think I'll be alright with what I have.
That's a relief. The two of us have plenty of rations, though, so if you need anything, you can always ask.
Margaret sighs and presses her fingers to her temples, acting as if she's fed up with us.
You know, the two of you need to stop looking out for everyone else so much.
I mean, it's quite literally our job, you know, it's hardwired into us. Bemele winces at the statement without vocalizing what's on his mind. Margaret and I share a glance. This is about the person we left behind yesterday. The person we didn't help.
I'm sorry, I didn't intend.
It's not your fault.
It is indeed not. It goes quiet between us once more. Then the guide's like, hello. Margaret appears to be a little uncomfortable at his return. Bemele glares at him as he makes his way over.
The Nixie will not tread on land in daylight. However, being near the shoreline is still dangerous. If you leave the center of the island, remain cautious. Before the sun sets, I will be in this area. It would be wise to meet me here before nightfall.
Why did we have to leave him behind?
Hey, Bemele, chill out. You know how cursed this lake is.
If you would just let him follow behind us, he would be alive.
And the guide knows that. So. And how long has he been the guide for here? Like, I think well over a decade. So, at some point you just become jaded.
If all you're going to do is leave everyone to be lost, then why bother guiding us at all?
Well, and the guide simply does not engage with the accusing tone of what Bemele just said.
Wait!
Okay, I know this is like in a sort of friendly way or like guiding way, but I can't help but think of that meme. The what's this called? Let's see, hand on shoulder meme. There we go. Let me just save image as. Alright, open file location. And then let's see, can I... Yes, see this one. Like I just couldn't help but think of this meme. Anyways, where is it in my sources now? Okay, cool. Yes. He lowers his arm to his side, though I can still feel wrath emanating from him. We stay this way until the guide disappears from view. The melee begins to kick at the ground, spraying tiny pieces of gravel about.
Bemele, I know you're angry, but regardless of our feelings, we need the guide. If he leaves us, we'll all die.
Yes, very good
We've
point.
done so well with him.
I mean, all three of the original, fellowship, yeah, let's call it that, are still here, so, with all due respect.
We can't afford to lose our way.
The anger etched into his expression fades into sadness. Oh.
You're right, Kika. You're right.
Of course I'm right, duh. He weakly swats his hand in front of his face, as if he is trying to shoo away his racing thoughts.
I can't stay here right now.
I nod, allowing him to leave alone. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Sorry, I'm putting on my arm warmers.
Are you alright?
Because it, being winter and all, gets pretty cold in this room. Even with heating.
No, I'm not. Nothing is alright. It will never get any better.
Uh-huh. Margaret sucks in a breath as she starts to get emotional. Before it can spill out of her, she turns on her heels and walks off in a different direction than the guide. Quietly, I speak. Alright, and then we're going after Bemele. Alright, and now let's just save at the first point. Lingering for only a moment, I start following the trail Bemele took. It doesn't take him long to notice I'm there, and he slows his pace so I can easily catch up. We fall into step for a short while, neither of us speaking. Eventually, we come to a thick strand of trees and wordlessly weave our way through the branches. Once we're hidden by the foliage, Bemele leans against a tree trunk, head hung low. Negativity radiates off of him, but I don't know what I should say. Fortunately, he breaks the silence.
I apologize for back there.
I can see where you're coming from. I nod firmly. His reply isn't unexpected. For as long as I have known Bemele, he has had a tendency to let his temper flare, then regret it later, after processing his thoughts.
I know that dealing with these sorts of situations calmly is part of the job, but I cannot tell myself everything is fine or that none of it matters. Sure, I can feel something without it being anger, but I've not figured that out either.
Rather than speak, I try to listen as supportively as I can, while Bimele continues to argue with himself. He sighs while pensively rubbing the bridge of his nose.
Am I simply being foolish? Would it really have been so harmful to try and help someone else instead of focusing solely on oneself? It looks to me like we're telling ourselves these lines to avoid responsibility.
Trust me bro, I've been in the alternate timeline and there really wasn't much of a better option.
I don't know. It's possible you helping would have worked better. It's also possible it would have been worse.
Bimele stares across the empty waters of Sinnlos.
I want it to be clear that I have not forgotten that those people across this lake are depending upon us. Not for a moment. But would they want us to be so focused on them that we should turn a blind eye to others right in front of us? Even if they would, does that matter? We are more than weapons. We are people. Do we have to cast that aside? Turn away from our fellow humans just to achieve a so-called greater good? It is not as though this village is a haven of saints. They are only as worthwhile as we are, and these people on the bridges with us, aren't they?
I don't know.
I can feel the weight of his words settle upon me. I have had similar thoughts, and have questioned what the correct choice is. But unlike Bimele, I have always been silent. I clench my fists tight to try and stop myself from saying something rash. That's alright, that felt like it would flow better in the sentence. Bimele closes his eyes tight and rubs his face again. It is clear this hasn't been enough to give him much peace. Eventually, his eyes reopen and look directly into mine.
What do you think about all this, Kika? Please, be honest with me. I want to hear it.
Suddenly, my eyes are hot. My vision blurs slightly from tears I desperately am trying to hold back.
I really don't know. That is the truth.
My words are soft. Whether he heard it or not, the look on my face is enough to garner attention. His eyebrows shoot up in surprise. Let's see, which one was the sad one? Was that, no, that's scared. That's okay, this is sad, yes. Oh, sad. Okay, now let's go back to default before I forget to change it back. Whether he heard or not, alright, I already read that line. He walks over to me slowly, concerned.
Kika, what is troubling you?
Oh, I don't know, maybe the fact that we're at the lake and like everyone fucking dies? Maybe? Just maybe?
I don't have the answers to what you were wondering. Who are we meant to protect? Everyone we can? Whoever we're told to serve and no one else? Just ourselves? Should we only try to protect others when the risk is minimal? I have no idea what the right option is.
Yeah, I kind of relate. Yeah, that's a difficult one. Bimele's confusion only mounts with my words.
I am sorry for disappointing you.
No, you haven't disappointed me in any way. I never should have expected someone else to give me answers to those kinds of questions. It is only... I did not think that...
He does not finish his thought, but I know what he meant to say.
You did not think I was concerned with these issues?
He smells awkwardly over being caught.
Yes. You never seemed to be bothered by anything we experienced before now.
That's called suppressing your feelings. Wow. Wahoo. Not healthy, by the way, but hey. With his words, my carefully held resolve crumbles. In an instant. I know it means face. I know it means in the context of the face, and I know this is a very emotional scene, but okay, okay, let's try to focus on the situation in universe.
I have always cared. I've always been afraid and confused, but I have kept up a...
I stop and gasp for air. My throat almost as tight as when we were running on the bridges.
a farce of strength in order to get by.
I breathe deeply with relief, terrified and lightheaded from my confession. Melee's voice is as delicate as flower petals. Wow.
I had no idea. How could I not have noticed?
Because hiding what you're feeling. Yeah.
Because I did whatever I could to make sure no one did. I have never wished to appear weak in front of others. But the truth is, I barely get through each day. I often feel overwhelmed with sadness at all that we have experienced.
I may or may not have some similarities to that. Anyway, moving on. Bimele gently places his hands on my shoulders as I try not to sob wildly.
Kika, I truly apologize for all the thoughtless things I have said to you.
I shake my head, sniffling.
There is no need for you to apologize.
He smells, the warmth almost enough to make me forget the damp.
I beg to differ. I have failed to treat you right.
You have always been respectful.
A person needs more than respect from their comrades. They also need support. I have never given you that kind of consideration because I believed someone like you did not need it.
The same could be said for me.
Nonsense. You have listened to my rambling on more occasions than I can remember. Though I admit my memories may not be there due to being drunk many of those times.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, like not the being drunk, but you know the general tone. If you understand what I'm talking about. Bimele laughs at himself while glancing in my direction to encourage me to do the same. His comforting words make me smile, and I feel my tears finally cease to fall. Yeah, let's go like the most positive dialogue option. He grins wider than he has since we began this horrible journey.
You have my thanks.
And you have mine.
Abruptly, his expression becomes serious once more.
I will come to answer these questions someday. But no matter what I decide, I will still put trust in your judgment.
I fear I may not live up to the belief he seems to have in me, but I nod firmly. He returns my nod.
Perhaps we should go check how everything is on the island.
That sounds like an excellent idea. And I will accompany you, of course.
Glad to hear it.
Together we walk back towards the interior of the island. Both our moods lift as we stay side by side. Bimele and I head through the wooded part of the island. There isn't anything that could be called a path, but we manage to pick our way through the bush quite well. Through a thinner stand of breeze, we briefly catch sight of the guide standing on one of the beaches. He seems fine, but even though I'm sure he turned his head toward me, he makes no show of acknowledging us. Continuing on, Bimele and I across the island in search of Margaret. Out of nowhere, a shudder runs down my spine, and I barely stop myself from checking behind me. Darkness flickers through my mind, and I hold my breath. A pat on my back brings me back into the light. A reminder that I am not alone. I look up to see Bimele. His touch more comfort. Okay, it's awesome. Don't be weird. Even though, you know, the name is Weird Bookshelf, then words could be. Suddenly I know I do not need to hide my emotions. There is no reason to act as though nothing is wrong when it is. Why, at least it wasn't like one of the routes where someone actually died while you were there. Bimele already knows. I have hidden my emotions for so long, but it is still my first instinct. But somehow I sense an assurance from him. Bimele will be there to remind me that it is okay, and to support me when I feel I might break from the weight of our experiences. I give Bimele a hesitant glance. He notices and returns my gaze, staring into my eyes. I feel the words spill out from my mouth before I realize what I'm saying.
Would you like to take a walk with me?
That sounded very awkward. I take a moment to parse some brush out of my path before explaining myself.
We could pass around the edges of the forest where there's less in the way. There doesn't need to be a purpose to the walk. It only needs to be a way to spend time together. I would prefer that to not doing anything.
I would be delighted to accompany you, Kika.
I'm gladdened by his response, though it only makes me feel all the sillier for suggesting it. A silly Billy.
Perhaps it may be better not to after all. We'll be walking all throughout the night.
I believe I've spent quite enough time resting. If I'm being honest, I think I need a break from all this waiting around.
Hey, let's go.
All right. We'll do that then.
Nah, let's you know, like, let's not do that. You know, like, really focus on just one-on-one with Bimele. Hey? Okay, so, you know, like, sometimes it means that it's just one of those choices, and sometimes it's its own thing. Yeah. Okay, so I would assume that it was the upper one. Well. He quickly recovers. Bimele must have remembered that our current situation is too serious for us to get completely carried away.
Of course. Margaret has spent more than enough time wallowing in this miserable place alone. You ought to try lifting her spirits while we still have the time.
I'm not sure if he'll be much of a help, but there is no way I'm leaving Margaret all alone here for longer. She may want someone to talk to. It takes longer than I had hoped to trek through the brambles, but we find her in decent enough time. Margaret begrudgingly lifts her head as we approach, enabling me to see that her face is damp and tear-stained. Her eyes are red and puffy. She's been crying. I shift between my feet uncomfortably.
Is something the matter?
Margaret releases a humorless laugh.
I take it the guards are doing their rounds.
Bemele and I each steal a glance at one another. Bemele lightly chuckles.
It seems we are. Old habits die hard.
But other people in Sinnlos die easily. Okay, that one maybe was a little cruel.
Well, that's nice.
She speaks somewhat curtly, but at least she no longer seems as depresso espresso.
I'm happy to report that everything's in order on this front.
Good to hear that.
Margaret isn't saying what's actually on her mind. But I have no way to reach her.
Is that everything?
Yes, okay, it is. Chill.
That's all for the formalities. Now we have another matter on our hands. Kika and I will be taking a stroll. Would you like to join us?
I'm fine where I am, thanks. I believe I've had quite enough walking recently.
We would appreciate your company, Margaret.
There's no need to insist. Margaret looks at us as though she wants to disagree, but ultimately holds her tongue. Instead, she lets out a sigh and gets to her feet.
I suppose I can't pretend I'm busy with anything else. There isn't much to do around here.
Bemele cracks a smile, and I find that I do as well. The three of us begin our walk, conversing lightly as we meander around the island.
So, do the two of you often travel together for your work? If that is indeed the case, has it ever taken you somewhere a little more pleasant than here?
Yeah, sure, but only a little more pleasant. Let's not get it carried away.
I've been on a few other expeditions in the past. I'm not sure if I could describe them as better, but they were at least varied and interesting.
I see.
Well, come on now. The bar is really low. I'm pretty sure that almost everything is better than Sinnlos. Margaret seems a tad disappointed. I try to move the conversation along.
This is the first time that my assignment has required me to travel to a new location.
Oh? Do you prefer to stay behind, Kika?
I don't have a preference. It isn't common for guardsmen to need to leave, and Bemele has been a part of the guards for longer than I have.
Oh, hello. Meow. Yoink. Hello. Hello, Kitty. Hey, Luna. Hi. Little meow meow. Gushy on Kitty. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, the cat interruption. Yeah, hello. Yeah. You just need come to ask me for attention and pets, don't you? Okay, now where was I? Right. Bemele nods.
Yes, I'm sure Kika will get more journeys under her belt as time goes on. No one doubts her capabilities. She's only been a part of the guards for 3 years' time. Yet I can hardly remember how it was before she joined.
I have to say, I'm surprised Bemele is the senior here. He doesn't exactly seem jaded enough. I mean, no offense.
I think that it takes time and determination to know how to struggle through hardships and keep caring. Much more than it takes to become cold or indifferent towards it.
Oh, I hadn't thought of it quite like that.
Bemele gives me a sad smile, as if to convey to me that he doesn't think of me as cold.
It depends on the person. Not everyone has to turn out that way.
Margaret and I don't have much more to add to the conversation. Melee casually changes the subject.
Well, it's already been 5 years since I've joined the Guard. Time seems to be moving awfully quickly. Before we know it, Kika will be celebrating her 5th-year milestone.
I think this is actually like a bunch of new information about like about Kika and Bemele and their time at the Guard.
When that time comes, I'll take you out for it. Margaret, you're invited.
Well, more like taken out, as in dead. Because again, Curse Lake. She raises an eyebrow playfully.
Only to the 5th-year celebration?
Bemele's mouth quirks into a grin.
Yes, only that one.
All of us laugh. It's a blissful moment of release.
Well, you must want to spend all the other times celebrating with just the 2 of you, I take it.
Oh, hey. What exactly are you implying here? What exactly are you?
You would be correct.
My head lowers out of shyness as I try not to draw attention to my smile. Oh, okay then. Okay. Oh. Yes, let's get closer to him. I allow myself to drift closer to Bemele. There's not too much space between us as we walk side by side. Bemele views me from the corner of his eye and looks more than pleased. For a brief moment, all of the troublesome circumstances seem to float away from our minds, and we enjoy each other's company. Very wholesome. I wish it could go on for so much longer, but it's only a while later that I have to speak up.
We really should rest before nightfall.
I'm fine with that idea.
All right.
Bemele leads us over to the area where the guide mentioned we were going to meet. He lowers himself down onto the ground and stretches out right there, presumably intending to wait until the guide arrives. That's a little more dramatic resting than I planned. I walk over and make myself comfortable next to him. Though not as comfortable as he has made himself. With a teasing roll of her eyes, Margaret joins us, making a show of smoothing her skirt out as she sits. The 3 of us quietly wait for the guide's arrival, occasionally chatting with one another as we rest. The sky turns orange as sunset comes upon us. As the color seems to drain from the world, being consumed by the fog, the guide makes his appearance.
It's almost time.
Yes, now I wonder how this section will go. I nod and feel myself grow tense. We truly are about to return to those bridges. All of us wait in an uncomfortable silence until night falls. We silently stand as one, forming a vigil of sorts. Our remaining lanterns illuminate the dark, prepared for tonight's journey. And yet, the way forward does not appear. Right, the bridges are late.
We must go.
And
Bridges
still
on.
waiting.
So we're going to waste our...
Complaining won't make these bridges come any sooner.
Hello.
Though I
You're here
sympathize
to
with
ask
your
for attention
frustrations.
again?
The wait had already been tense as it was.
Hello.
Not knowing how much.
Hello. Would you not click, please?
Time is by far the least of our worries. On the bridges we are
Ah, yes.
constantly moving.
The prowlers.
More importantly, the bridges of not all will be as
I wonder if those.
And then no, because there's no permanent known effect. Hello. Oh. Yeah, you're so fluffy, aren't you? Eh? Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Yes. Ah, that was my face. Okay, do you mind? I am trying to stream here. Right, and then no, the magic is inconsistent.
staying
then
in the center, remaining here with our
So are we
I
gonna
will not be kept
still
on
do the
this
same
island
thing?
for another day. If the prowlers come between us and you,
Of course you will.
Yes, okay. The guide has made his decision, and we must make ours.
If you were staying by the shore,
Good
Yes, and
suggestion,
then the
Pika.
spread
I'd
out
say that's likely
positions,
our best option.
you know, like all balanced. Right. And then they suddenly appear and go like, hey, yes, let's murder. And there's still no... and now they're both gone again. But Lou isn't in the trees, of course, because he's gone already. So I wonder how this little section will play out.
what happened?
There's silence. Then the best sound possible. Margaret's voice, albeit shakily.
There was a prowler in the woods. I didn't notice it until it was already
Oh
too
my
close
god.
to me. I dropped my lantern when I saw it.
Okay, so that's the same as the other route with Margaret. Margaret stares down at the ground dejectedly when I arrive. Bemele has his hand placed on her shoulder.
I didn't see the thing either. The monster blended in far too well with the dark, crooked trees of this place.
He gives me a sad smell as I approach it too closer.
We can make a small fire for light.
That may work
right.
for now.
We will manage.
So that seems very similar. But of course now we do have the melee, and the last time we didn't, so. Why do you knock over my microphone? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Like, what has the microphone ever done to you? Yeah? What has the microphone ever done to you? Tell me. Tell me, what did the microphone do to you? Why do you have personal beef with my microphone? There we go, now it's back up again. No thanks to you, by the way. You sneaky little, silly little creature. Yes, yes you are. Yes you are. Nope, I'm not gonna let you off my desk again, because you're gonna vandalize things again. Margaret stokes the fire with Bemele feeding in twigs. The grass ignites easily and all
You should
good.
go back to your position, Keith.
Right. We're going to get through this.
Margaret attempts to smell at me, and Bemele waves as I cautiously back up to my original position. Focus on shore, more prowlers, surrounded guide. Now let's see how this goes.
Your safety is.
Yes, and he's like, yeah, we need to stay in place. I don't know which one I clicked, but I think it's the one where we just wait. because I know that if you throw the lantern, then roughly halfway through the second section it will just simply go out permanently, which is a minor issue. As I scan the forest, there's a stinging groan. Ah, yes, he's dead. Well, no, not quite, but he's injured. Alright. And now, okay, don't knock it over again. Don't you even, don't you dare. Don't you dare knock over the microphone again, okay? Thank you. Yes, we must remain strong. Alright.
We have to leave.
Okay. Right, that's still the same as the last time. Oh, and now it's like the three of us. Other than that, hey, could you not click on my behalf? Thank you.
We'll toss the branch when we get close. The smoke spewing off this thing is making it.
I can do that.
Yes, yes, yes. And now, after alerting Margaret, she gives all to control the flame. Monsters flee, sprint to bridge, and then we have the guide. Let's see, anything special now that we have? But hello, could you stop knocking things over?
Such recklessness. I can hardly believe it worked.
Margaret chimes
I don't
in.
know how we managed to do nothing wrong. That feels far more fitting for this journey.
Okay, so that's just the same as in their other route.
Yes, you could have burnt your fingertips off. Or perhaps the bridges could have gone up in flames.
That one's new. Margaret looks at him curiously. Bemele gives her a wink.
That would have been the outcome if I was handling the torch, you think?
Margaret lifts quirk into a smirk. Well, quirk is a verb, I like that one.
Yes.
Oh. The best comedy is just this very short, minimal response kind of thing. God damn. We treasure the moment of triumph for a little more before the guide ends his silence.
We need to start walking. We've already lost much time as it is.
Uh-huh. Almost as soon as he finishes the statement, he's like, oh shit, I need to do drugs to survive.
Are you alright? Is there anything we can do?
Yeah, no, the wound has been dealt with. Oh, no, not that. I take a few steps closer. Barn cat, dealt with, blah blah blah. Alright,
No.
can you walk? Nope. Yes.
Drinking this.
Drowsiness.
What about side effect?
Oh, there it. Now we have the melee. Is that just as usual?
Slow.
Right, we know that if we try to stop him from taking it, he'll end up taking the full dose later. So we need to make sure he takes the half dose now, and then not make him take the second half.
I will only be taking half of
I know.
And
You have made it very...
so.
If there
okay.
were no side effect. With that in mind, I can't... I hope you're proud. There.
Alright.
That stunt was so ill-advised, I never expected even you to attempt something like it. What if the guide had another bottle with him? We would have all been abandoned by now.
The melee pulls a mischievous smirk.
I'd have taken that bottle too.
Margaret shakes her head at his response. However, she doesn't seem too upset over this. She seems more at ease than she has been for some time. Has been? Like has-been hotel? Sorry, that's so bad.
If anyone is worried about my ability to carry the guide for the rest of the night, you shouldn't be. Rest assured, a
Okay,
willowy
yeah,
man like
no
a
need
guide.
to roast. Margaret can't suppress the laugh that bubbles up from her chest. She waves off Bemelé's boasting with a silly grin on her face.
You are an absolute buffoon.
Yes, correct, he is. And we all love him for it, don't we? Bemelé faces me expectantly. The guide also levels a steely gaze in my direction. We may be having a bit of fun, but you know, we gotta make sure we reach the shore. His expression immediately falls when I say this. He stares down at the bottle. Yes,
I'm
yes,
aware that
okay.
you have good intent. What
But
if
we
he's
have to be
no
sensible.
hand back?
Okay,
We must.
okay. Now then, here we also have to like make sure say nothing. The guy knows. Our group moves at a much brisker pace than the previous night. After the exchange that just took place, mood low, demons, bounding. No, no. They are separate things. Okay, it's not. Anyway, the bridge is messed up, and
I
he
will stay
made
in
it
the
up.
middle.
Okay, the person who goes first will die. So let me just save here. Yes. So let's first send.
If no one has an opinion on the matter,
If that's the case,
Oh right, the order was already decided from the start.
We need to focus.
Alright, and let's see who's gonna fall then. Ah shit, I didn't know what I clicked. I wasn't too far to the side.
Having one less person on.
Right, he moves. And yes. Wait, actually like it comes out? Then I thought it was like just it fell. But well, he probably will fall now. Oh right, it's this section. Okay, now I remember. Yes. And he's blip. Hasta la bye bye. But I do think that at that point
You cannot stay there.
it should probably be easier because now there's already 2 people fed to the lake, but
I'm
I
going to
don't
stop.
quite remember. Okay, yes,
Forget
it's
what
very sad. Margaret is also sad. Yes, we have to move on. And then the shore, and then the shore, and then the shore, and then suddenly Prowler.
Here, take.
You know, because we're already close to shore, so we can afford to lose a lantern. And it's also becoming light, so, you know, we just have to move.
Be ready to run. Don't.
Unium. Run. Da, 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 da. And let's see. There we go. And that is another ending. Margaret cries loudly, unable to contain her emotions as she reaches the shore. I rest her quietly for a few moments, taking time to allow my breathing and emotions to settle down. Finally, I look up from my lap to see Margaret standing ahead of me. Her face is buried in her hands. However, it's out of disbelief rather than sorrow. She lifts her head out of her hands and both of us make eye contact. No words need to be exchanged between us to know what the other is thinking. I'm glad for it because I'm not sure I would be able to speak even if I needed to. The sound of sloshing and the wood is gone.
It is time to leave.
Yes, we have to leave. Fog, circles, blah blah blah, defense, memories.
Margaret.
Oh. Ah, right, yes. Margaret shakes with the feeling, moves, but she will go somewhere else, so we won't meet her again. And then, proper farewell. Don't describe their lives to Sinnlos. Tamer. They understood what happened. Yes, very sad. She didn't say where she was going. She did put up a smile. Must give her a report. Ah. Hey, this is like a different bit of dialogue. I was finally able to learn the name of the stranger we met on the bridges, Lou. As the guide predicted, he did not survive. He had requested to cross and been denied. He must have been truly desperate to attempt the crossing alone. I can only pray that those who cared for him will learn the truth of what happened. And the guide remains mystery. Home life, no one is Sinnlos, lost and lessons learned, and credits. Now,
I don't want
say
to
nothing.
Stay here.
Yes. We need to.
The bridge feels sideways once more. You can't stay in sync with one another, causing the bridge to bend to the left.
Stop.
And then suddenly Margaret's blip. And she's gone. And then we can just move on. It's not as difficult a journey to make. Yes, you're very cute and fluffy and all, but look, I've given you plenty of attention and you don't want to just hang around in my lap, so I'm not gonna keep just letting you take up everything, yeah? So I will continue on the stream now.
Forget what you saw.
Yes, very sad. Hey, stop that. Right, punching glared, moving, Margaret, yes. Thoughtful, even though teasing and lost in the moment. And go, seed of concern, make it through, and then suddenly prowler, and then we
Here.
yeet.
Be ready to run.
And then he launches the light directly at the prowler. It makes a snarling hiss as it retreats back into the black waters. None of us waste even a second looking back. We push forward. I race across the bridges, desperately trying to keep the figure in line, and
Thank God.
Right. This is also the same dialogue, but then with the melee instead of
It is time to
that.
leave.
Yes, leave, calm, fog, circles, one
Good
person, defend, narrow, uncomfortable, move.
The melee.
Those words
Escape.
and music.
Yes, let's get out. Farewell, scared to Sinnlos, steadfast. And again, yes. And there we go, that's another thing. Right, that's at this section, right?
We must go now.
Alright, let's skip to the next choice. Huh?
When everything is through,
Wait, sorry, where, in which one are we? Oh, right, this is a different save, my bad. Let's see. Right, yes. Continue to support you. After you speak to Margaret.
Thank you, Belle.
Yes. Okay, maybe this one is now different because it didn't just choose one for me, and I didn't say like, hey, let's do Margaret, but
I'm happy to.
actually the thing in the ending will probably still be the same. To find her, there's her head. Sorry.
I take it the guards are doing.
Yes, alright, but that dialogue seems much of the same. Maybe like we won't invite her to the walk,
I'm happy to.
possibly.
Is that everything?
We can leave you for now.
That would be most appreciated.
Hi.
I'd like to have a little time to myself before we return back out there.
We'll be around if anything comes up.
Well, I mean, yeah, we can't really go anywhere else, now can we? It's just a small little island.
Thank you for that and for stopping by.
Aw, nice, nice so.
be well.
Goodbye.
The two of us leave Margaret as per her request. I swallow thickly as we go. I can only hope that Margaret will sort through her thoughts before it's too late. Bemel lightly squeezes my hand, garnering my attention.
So, would you still be interested in our little stroll?
Yes, give me the romance achievement.
Yes, that would be nice.
Bemele beams at me.
We best be heading out then.
Bemele pointedly tightens his grip on my hand, despite already holding my attention. I return his squeeze. A bashful expression washes over him, though it's not enough to make him let go. We reach the edge where the shore meets the forest and trek along it. Shore trek. It's the budget cut version of Star Trek. Bemele makes small talk on just about anything and everything. It reminds me of a journey before we reach the lake. The more I dwell on it though, the more I realize how drastically things have changed in a matter of days. Bemele's discourse forms a mirror from one time to another in my mind, casting all that has changed in glaring silver. He swings her hands back and forth slightly as he continues to lead the conversation, trying not to let me become too absorbed in my troubled musings. After winding our way around a large stretch of the island, a massively overgrown tree intersects our path. I move to push the offending branches out of the way, but Bemele stops me.
Please, let me handle this.
I let my arm fall as I watch him. Bemele unsheathes his sword and chops the branches down with a single blow. Hi-ya! He releases a hearty laugh and I grin at him. The sheer audacity of the action enabling me to ignore his sword misuse.
It's been far too long since I've taken it. It's great to forget how to even use a sword before we arrive.
Are we still talking about swords here?
I see.
I unsheathe. I unsheathe my own sword and level the honed edge at him.
Would you be up for a bout of sparring?
He doesn't miss a beat.
I'll accept that.
I step onto the sand to give us a little space, and the melee eagerly trails behind me. Once we find our footings, the melee assumes a defensive stance. Center turned away from me and sword drawn in front of his body. I do the same as I circle him swiftly, being sure to stay just out of his striking distance as I watch for the slightest tell of an opening. Whenever he attempts to put some space between us, I dart in towards his back, forcing him to stay mostly in place to defend. It takes 3 sharp jabs before what I was hoping happens. As he turns to face me, one of his feet lands slightly out of place in the loose sand, and I take my opening, striking immediately. The melee regains his balance just before I make contact though, parrying and using his heavier frame to force me back a few steps even as I jump out of the sword lock. Hoping to catch me off balance from his push, he strikes, but I weave out of the way. The melee has more strength and a larger striking distance than I do, so I've learned to capitalize on my higher agility and smaller hit zone when facing him, even if I usually prefer a more grounded strategy. It's for the smaller hitboxes, I swear, bro. Sorry, that's a reference to male players using female characters in video games. We trade blows, neither of us ever scoring a hit, but both keeping each other on edge. For a little while, time flows past us easily, and there is nothing that matters but avoiding an attack that will never be lethal. Grinning as our steel clashes. Noticing my labored breathing, I call off the fight.
Stop. We can't exert all our energy here.
The melee releases a winded chuckle.
Thank God there's at least one of us responsible enough to point that out.
I smile and return my sword to its scabbard. The melee does likewise and glances over at me.
Would it perhaps be alright to at least finish our stroll before sitting back down again?
I mean, it seems a good idea to get away from the shore.
We shouldn't go the entire length of the island, but I suppose we can walk just a little longer.
It's a deal.
And then of course get closer. Oh, and he's pleased. And yes! Yes! Achievement! Let's go! I wish it could go on for so much longer, but it's only a while later that I have to speak up.
We really should rest before nightfall.
I'm fine with that idea.
The melee leads us over to the area where the guide mentioned we were going to meet. He lowers himself down onto the ground and stretches out right there, presumably intending to wait until the guide arrives. That's a little more dramatic of resting than alright.
Hello, Margaret.
Are you still holding up fine?
I would rather speak of anything other than that.
I think we can manage that.
The 3 of us quietly wait, occasionally chatting. Then he comes and is like, hello, we have to go. Alright. And now I'm pretty sure it's just a matter of skip. And then... yeah, let's yeet. Because I'm pretty sure that, like, that little interaction before doesn't do much to change anything. Right. And now I'm pretty sure it will still end up turning into the same death and despair and all.
What's wrong?
Yes. Okay.
Keeping a hold of in your position, neither up.
Yes. Okay, so think there's not much special dialogue right now. Throw it. And then we go. Okay, so now we have a lantern that's gonna go out, but the guide doesn't need the medicine. Margaret, her consideration touches me. I smell. Right, maybe I should read that line. Well, the three of us could walk together if there's one. Oh, right. It's that one, and then it's more of a group than a line.
We'll do that then.
And the guy doesn't quite like that, but it's manageable. And then, uh-oh. And then the light's on. And then... Great, I don't expect much special dialogue. This is special, though. The unnatural black water has a great deal of magic within. It is the most reasonable source of the bridges. If this maze is formed without an intelligent creator, that would explain its treacherous nature.
Where I am now is solid.
We'll be right there.
Okay, so this is the narrow. This is the weak bridge route, rather than narrow bridge. We're the last to leave. Right, and then no, because then you put too much weight on that and you're both probably gonna fall through. Yeah, well, you know, it's a dev option I could try later.
Part of the board broke.
Alright, moving on. And... Right. Oh yes, and then suddenly the lantern goes out. Nothing happens.
The light is
yes, the light is gone. And we're all doomed.
What are we going to...
Right.
I will allow.
That's insanity.
Yes.
Someone who wants to live.
After everything that's
Yes,
happened,
okay, but that
all of
is
this
simply a
stuff-
matter of survival.
Then, what if...
I will allow lingering at a distance.
Okay. Yes.
You are the most.
Well, look, we can't really choose, so it's just hey.
It needs to be done.
And there we go. This is new.
Being without light is dangerous, even if you are close to another. The one who goes with me has no guarantee of making it across. You risk this entire journey being for naught. The correct decisions need to be made.
His words cut deep. I have no logical reason to object to going if my only solution is choosing another for the same position. I thought I would be ready for this when it presented itself. I believed I had the strength. That was only what I wanted to believe. Noting that I haven't said anything despite plenty of opportunity, the guide continues.
I will not choose someone else, and neither will they. Can you do so? Who deserves to be saved, and who lost in your mind?
Yeah, now it's a bit this.
I'm not the one who can stop.
Okay. Right, so I'm pretty sure that in the alternative routes where we would get to this point, there was no option of choice there, so this is a little unexpected. I try to form a coherent sentence, but whenever I try to wrench them out, the words vanish from my tongue. Having lost his patience, the guide points a finger at Pemele, almost accusingly.
I've noticed the attention you've given him. Is that what this is about? Do you
Oh!
want to sacrifice your position to give him a hope of safety?
Oh!
Or perhaps you would prefer the both of you being left so you remain together? Or does your relationship not matter after all, and you don't care who gets the chance as long as you avoid a sense of guilt?
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay then. Okay.
You're completely mad! Kika's reaction is what any normal human being would have. You can't pretend she's to blame.
I am aware. No one should have to take on such a grim task. That was why I did not ask it of you. I did it myself. However, that wasn't agreeable, so now the choice is hers, and it is time to decide.
Right. Maybe just save this. Yes. Right. The guide regards me with an unreadable expression. Yeah, okay, so this is like slightly unexpected, but I think he can still exhaust all the options. Started by the action, I take a step towards him. He turns just slightly to speak over his shoulder.
If any further discussion is needed, then you will have to do it amongst yourselves.
The guide pauses for a moment.
If you wish, you may follow. No one else is to do so.
He stares straight into Bemele's face, referring to him without saying so directly. I stand frozen in place, shocked as the guide gets further away. It sinks in that the guide is actually leaving. He won't be coming back. And whip towards Bemele.
You have to go.
Bemele gapes at me furiously.
If the choice was between the two of us, you should have gone.
The people need you more than they need me, Bemele.
That's a lie. Even if it weren't, I wouldn't care.
I don't intend on leaping into the lake. I will find a way to manage. I'm sharp and quick-witted, after all.
I weakly grin. Bemele grimaces at the way I turned his own words against him.
Be safe, please. There isn't time left.
Bemele covers his eyes with his hand.
Damn you.
He drops his hand and leans over me fiercely.
I will never allow this to happen ever again, no matter the cost. I assure you.
Oh, well, that's nice.
I will see you again. Somehow.
He lingers for only the briefest of moments before turning on his heels to catch up with the man who is no longer my guide. It was almost unbearable seeing him so hurt. He wanted to protect me as much as I wanted that for him. However, I still hold to my decision. My only regret is that it wasn't only myself who was left in the dark. We both stand alone, consumed by creeping darkness. I gulp in a breath and exhale it slowly. My eyes are drawn back over to Margaret. It was difficult to face her after the choice I made. Yet I am determined to accept my own decision and do whatever I can in order to still assure her safety. Margaret stares at me wordlessly with intensity. I feel compelled to look away from her again. I refuse to give in to that temptation. Neither of us say anything as we watch the other. Margaret's narrowed eyes never waver as she peers into mine. What could she be thinking of? I can only guess. After a moment longer, Margaret sighs and breaks the staring war by looking downward.
Can't be that far from the shore by now. We may as well try to make it there, right?
Right.
My sentence trills off as I drown in my regrets. Margaret shakes her head lightly.
Let's not talk about it. If I were in your place before, it's not as if I would have been able to make a better choice.
She pauses for a moment to furrow her eyebrows. Well, you know, at least she's reasonable.
And it is my own foolish fault that I ended up in this situation in the
Okay,
first
calm
place.
down, calm down.
Blaming you for any of it would be the act of a child.
It is painful to hear her speak in such a way. I don't deserve this much understanding. Not after what I did. Still, she has a point. I shouldn't get caught up in my desire to apologize. This isn't over yet. The two of us dash forward and take another branching path out of the bridges. We continue to race across Sinnlos, bridge after bridge. Many glossy arms reach up from the lake over the sides of the bridge towards our ankles. Luckily, we're able to pass by each one before any can grab a hold. You're gonna get a dead end and just die, I think. Margaret teeters a little behind me and puts in all to keep up the pace. Despite the fact it's clear she doesn't have very much experience at this kind of thing. Our confidence is shattered as we turn down another path and are forced to come to a halt. In the distance we see it. A mass of slow-moving figures, creeping our way. I narrow my eyes.
Prowlers.
You know, that almost sounded like you were saying a slur with the tone you said that. I turn behind me, only to see more Nixie as they begin to rise up from the waters. They stretch their crooked limbs across the board. Droplets of cold sweat begin to run down my back. There is no clear path any longer. Even if we light a match to set aside the bridge on fire, it's possible that not all of them will leave, and then we'd be trapped by both flames and monsters. It would also put the others at risk if the flames spread to them. I slowly slide down my hand. I slide my hand down my side and reach for the hilt of my sword. I leave behind the broken lantern. That won't do anything for us now.
Wait.
Okay. I keep a firm hold on the hilt of my sword. However, I make no moves to draw it.
It isn't safe to get near those things without a light. And besides, I have an idea.
What do you now? I steal a glance at Margaret, between keeping an eye on the groups of monsters surrounding us. She delves a hand into her pocket and retrieves a small book. She opens it up and tears out a page of the thick paper. She pockets the rest of the book and crumples the paper into a ball. Margaret looks up at the creatures herself to make sure they haven't drawn too near. Eyeing them intensely, she pulls something out of her pocket, and with a start I realize that it's a match. Surely she won't. Margaret catches onto my worried expression and shakes her head.
I'm not going to throw this onto the bridges, if that's what you're thinking.
She focuses back to her supplies and ignites the match. She lights the paper ball on fire and tosses it off the side of the bridge, directly into the water. The incoming light scares off some of the Nixie, who scatter back into the depths. Amazingly, the light isn't immediately extinguished. It continues to burn atop the surface. The water is too dense to be disturbed by the slight weight of paper. I crack a large smile at the sight.
That's excellent. You are truly clever.
Margaret flashes me a grin of her
I would
own.
certainly hope so, considering how much credit I've rewarded myself for my supposed intelligence.
She creates a few more paper torches and starts walking forward, tossing them on the lake in all directions. I follow along behind her, watching as the remaining Nixie retreat further away from the multiplying lights dancing on the water. As soon as the area is thoroughly cleared of the danger, the two of us march on ahead. The sloshing of water captures our attention. I look back. There's motion from under the surface, enough to begin displacing water. The lights start to go out from the splashing, if not becoming completely swallowed by the lake. Yeah, that was too easy. There had to be a catch. Margaret and I share a glance with one another before mutually deciding not to linger. We start rushing across the bridges with renewed vigor and don't stop until the wet sounds of the crooked monsters are long behind us. I take advantage of the break to look around me with more care. It is nothing but the essence of Sinnlos, bridges, fog, and the lake itself. I can see neither the interloping guide's light nor the shore. We are completely and utterly lost in this labyrinth of ever-changing bridges. The atmosphere surrounding this place is even more oppressive and dense in the dark. Now that I've been forced to take in our situation, I am engulfed by the sheer emptiness of it all. The silence is deafening. It then dawns on me what that means, and I wildly turn my head left to right to scan the area. There's nothing here, not even a glimpse of movement. The black water awaits almost peacefully in the gloom. It's unbelievable. Sinnlos is the Nixi's territory. They felt inescapable. However, this lake is vast, and the Nixi are not omnipresent nor omniscient.
Of course.
I feel a surge of hope well up to my chest.
What are you talking about?
Margaret asked me through her exhausted, wheezing breaths.
There aren't any Nixie in this area of bridges as far as I can tell. We may not have to worry about them for now.
Yeah, and then... Uh-oh, you're not anywhere near the end.
We should take this opportunity to fully rest. Then we can progress somewhat slowly for a time. Capturing the attention of those beasts with loud steps is something we must avoid.
I'm not sure that's a good idea, and I have a feeling a choice is coming up, so let me just, yes. She perks up.
Yes, you're right. That sounds like a plan.
The two of us stand quietly together, regaining our strength for the path ahead. Being in such complete isolation with no end in sight is a strange sensation. It drains me of motivation, making me feel as though our existence has already been lost. But one look at Margaret is enough to shake me of such notions. We can't give up now. Despite the nothingness that encompasses us, we still have much to lose. After a short period of time, we start to make our way across the bridges as cautiously as possible. We stay ever vigilant for sounds of danger from the lake. She sighs softly beside me with a shake of her head.
If only I had thought of that paper trick sooner. The guide might have let us stay.
Don't blame yourself for that. The guide likely would have said that it agitated the Nixie too much, or could set the bridges on fire accidentally and was too risky to attempt.
Margaret smirks slightly and snorts at my meager attempt to voice the guide's thoughts.
That is exactly what he would have said.
I nod while entranced by my own thoughts.
If anyone should be feeling regret right now, it would be me. The reason my lantern broke was because I had thrown it to assist the guide when we were on the island.
It was impossible not to have noticed your little act of heroism. I had been wondering if that was it.
I'm sorry.
Please don't apologize. Unfortunately, we can't just leave the guide to fend for himself like he does for us. You had to be sure he remained to lead the group. It's your tendency for decision-making that is probably why he wanted you to stay.
Yeah, because it was still a sensible choice. You know, because when you see the alternate routes, it's not necessarily worse. Pangs of pain sting in my chest. No matter how much I try to ignore it, I feel terrible about making Margaret remain behind in this bleak, spiraling maze while I chose someone else to accompany the guide. I dip my head down in a hot flush of shame.
You couldn't force the guide to take the both of us. You tried.
Tears form in the corners of my eyes at their gentle words.
You're far too kind, Margaret. No matter the situation, I still made a decision, and it wasn't to ensure your safety.
She scoffs.
I mentioned you never forced me to come onto those bridges, didn't I? And we can't get distracted over being upset at all this. The both of us should accept what we've done and move on.
I weakly nod at her initially, though as I give her words some thought, I nod again with confidence. I can make amends after I've gotten her safely to the other shore. I resolve to not let it bog, because of the way this lake is, like, it's also a bog. I'm sure if I was more awake, I could have done more with that. But yeah, good enough. My mind down again for the course of this journey. Margaret seems satisfied with my response, and so the two of us drop the subject and continue forward. There is still not even a trace of a prowler on the bridges, nor any Nixie in the water. Both Margaret and I silently agree to speed up a bit. I don't know how much ground we have left to cover. However, time is not a commodity we have to spare. We keep at this brisker pace for quite a while. However, eventually we have to stop for a breather again. A very light stirring becomes audible. We cut our rest short and continue forward at an even quicker pace. After a while longer of pushing ahead, the faint silhouette of land appears on the horizon. I nearly can't believe what I'm seeing. But there's a catch. I'm sure there's a catch. But the true test is finding the bridge that will actually run aground. Still, we have an honest fighting chance. We start running, our footsteps in sync. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, right. And there's Nixie. Alright, well, I feel that this is also going to be a save point. Yes. Margaret surveys the area, looking at the bridge and then to the lake. Her features are marked with concern. However, she manages to keep a brave face on.
We should keep going this way. There aren't any other branches here, and backtracking won't help us get to the shore. There's a bit of a limit on how much time we have to reach it.
I nod in agreement. At this point, going forward is our only option.
Could we possibly use burning paper to distract the Nixie again? It could keep those monsters away for long enough to cross this part. We could run after that.
Margaret doesn't reply immediately. She seems unsure of the idea. I realize it may not be possible to balance on the bridges while lighting and tossing paper torches all around.
Will you give me the supplies for it if there are any left? I'd like to make some.
Margaret dons a lopsided grin. She reads me as well as I do her.
You are very sharp, Kika, and very kind. I'll crumple the paper ahead of time and hand them to you as we go. Then you can light and throw.
I gesture in agreement. The compromise is solid. Neither of us should be at too much risk if the job is shared between both her and myself. Margaret begins the monotonous job of tearing the pages out of the book and forming them into balls, while I keep the watch for any... I mean, kinda, actually. Especially because I somehow managed to find a path that had a bunch of different things going on. Now, I was expecting just a whole lot of repetition and then suddenly, hey, a new section. So that's pretty fun. And how are you doing? Yeah, there's way less skipping now. So that's pretty nice. Ah, nice, nice. Good to hear, good to hear. Colon free is an absolute classic emoticon. I love that. Once we have a fair amount of pieces to work with, I take out my own set of matches. I ignite one by striking it on my rough leather belt, and Margaret hands me a piece of paper. And now, is there a catch, or is it just gonna work? Because I'm pretty sure that the maximum amount of people, other than the guide, that can survive is 2. So I wondered what's going to happen. I light the paper bowl and toss it onto the abyssal lake. The light is jostled by a lone wave that definitely could not have been caused by the wind. The 2 of us begin to cross the bridge on forcibly steady legs. I light up makeshift torches. I think that's a typo. Right. I light up makeshift torches, one after the other, tossing it wherever another flickers out. The water around us churns like a mill pond. However, nothing within the lake has surfaced thus far. I toss another fireball onto the water, but something beneath it jerks violently and precisely enough to form a wave that engulfs the flame, leaving the water dark. Margaret gasps and hastily shoves another piece of paper towards me. I swiftly light and throw it out. The water is still for only a moment before the fire is put out again by the splash of an unseen hand. We freeze. I look at Margaret from the corner of my eye and whisper to her. Both Margaret and I are still in the middle of the narrow bridge, only inches away from the edge.
Give me all the paper you have left. I will throw it back the way we came. We need to get these creatures away from us.
Yeah, it seems that at this point the only choice is just lighting the entire bridge. Margaret nods shakily and dumps the remaining paper into my hand. She empties more from her pockets and places those in my arms as well. At least we didn't skimp. So are you suggesting a human torch? Because it sounds like with Light Margaret, you are suggesting a human torch. I set them aflame as fast as possible, lighting 2 at a time and launching them at the edge of the water before the fire can consume the paper. Yeah, okay. I did indeed say that only 2 people can live, but that was simply based on the observations of the previous playthroughs and whatever routes we got there. Yeah, anyways, let's see what options the game has, because for some reason I suspect it's not gonna give me the option to light Margaret on fire. A chorus of hisses erupts from the Nixie underwater as a flurry of flames come towards them. A torrent of splashes echoes from beyond the bridges as they grow increasingly agitated at the foreign objects in their lake. I keep a few pieces of paper, not pieces. I keep a few pieces of paper in my hands and whip towards Margaret.
Start moving, quickly.
Yeah, just get out, just as fast as possible, avoid the monsters. Once the previous batch of lights have burned out, I ignite the rest of my papers in my hands and toss the collection of flames into the lake. That is the last distraction we'll get. Are we close to the shore at least at this point? Or are we still just the bridge lurching to the side is not a good thing, I'm pretty sure. We gulp as we eye each other. Let's see if I can do like one of those cartoony ones. This was not something we had prepared for. The bridge can't hold weight properly. If we step out of line, it could break. Yet we aren't afforded even a moment's reprieve, as the sounds of the Nixie break through the haze of racing thoughts. We advance down the bridge, this time more aware of how we place our footing. Our quick pace means some mistakes are inevitable. The bridge starts to tilt again, and eager eyes look up at us from right below the waterline. It bends towards the waiting hands of Nixie, and I pull Margaret back while leaning my weight to the opposite side. In a small miracle, the bridge is able to even back out. I release the breath that I had been holding. Before the monsters can make a move on us, we push ahead. I was really expecting that, but now we suddenly have the board start to widen. So I really don't know. At this point, I am genuinely uncertain. Margaret relaxes her shoulders as they stop needing to brush against mine. My heart pounds from the adrenaline that fought against the need to move slowly and carefully despite the insane danger. The chorus of whispers increases as we get out of easy reach. Okay. So now day is slowly starting to become a thing again. Will we make it, or is it just a dead end, or just a random monster? Margaret says something. Yeah, see, when colon 3 is typed out as just the full words, it doesn't quite have the same effect. Though it's still pretty funny. Margaret says something. It's still quiet for me to hear what it was, and I don't have the breath to ask her to elaborate. I'm running incredibly low on energy by this point, and I can tell from the way that Margaret is panting that she too is very tired. Oh, don't tell me you're just gonna like collapse without even seeing where you are. And then a dull thud vibrates through the board.
Margaret?
I slide to a stop on the slick bridge and turn back to face behind me. Margaret is on the ground. I don't waste even one more moment before going to her side.
You all right? Can you stand? We have to move.
No, I can't keep running anymore, Kika. It's too much. There's nothing out there. There's never been anything out there. You can go by yourself.
Margaret. My heart sinks at her words. Suddenly our urgent situation seems much less important. Look, mate, it's either you have a chance at saving yourself, or you're both just guaranteed to die. So at that point, it's not even like you have a chance at saving her. So there's only one better, clearly better option. She bites back tears and tries to push me away.
I know you understand better than most that you can't force someone to do something. I can't do that here. But I can ask if you truly want this.
I rest my hand firmly on her shoulder.
Margaret, you can make it. We can make it. Even if we don't know what's at the end of this path, we can see it with our own eyes.
Well, funny you should say that, because Margaret lost her glasses. But we don't lose strength unless we light them on fire. You know, this is reminding me of the first stream where you chatted, where you were discussing how the characters would taste when cooked. Margaret looks up at me through the tears. She's scared, but there's no longer a look of resignation. Still trembling, she starts to rise. I stand with her, a reserved smile forming. Once on her feet, Margaret takes some deep breaths, trying to calm the panic inside her. How do you cook, Margaret? Well, You know, she seems like one that's better cauldron cooked, I would say, rather than roasted. trying to calm the panic inside her. She looks at me fiercely and nods. She's going to come. Tears of my own start to fall. Oh, she's just going to come with and try to survive? Oh, that's nice. We start to run again, and this time we do not stop. We cannot stop. The ever so slowly moving sunrise is our final chance to make it through this nightmare. My fists are curled tightly as we run, our lungs burning from the sharp, humid air. We keep pushing and pushing with nothing but a stubborn refusal to accept this as the end, carrying our feet. Until eventually we what? What? Huh? But does that mean that the melee is gone now? Or will he also arrive? We both managed to distance ourselves from the waterline a decent amount before we earnestly crumple to the ground and try to steady our erratic breathing. Tears form in my eyes and flood onto my cheeks. We made it. Against all odds, we finally made it to the other side in one piece. Push Margaret into the water. Right, I think I'm just going to see what the game has to say about this first. Oh. Wow. Or you know what would be really funny if it turns out that somehow we are back at the center island instead of the actual outer end. I look toward Margaret fondly. It fills me with joy that we both are here, just as I believed we could be. She is smiling. A noise beside us brings me out of the moment. I frantically turn to see where it came from. The disturbance is enough to immediately shoot the tension back up. It's an immense surprise. It is a surprise indeed. He stands a little ways away, almost gawking at what could potentially be a pair of ghosts in front of him. His momentary shock dissipates, and a relieved smile easily replaces it. He murmurs quietly,
You're alive.
My frayed nerves settle again. He made it to the other side. Wait, but did the guide also make it? Oh yeah. Our reunion is intentionally interrupted by the final member of our group. The guide, who seemingly materialized out of nowhere, doesn't have a mind to let us get caught up in emotions on the shore of this lake.
It is time to leave this place. There is nothing left for you here.
Yes, okay bro, we're going. We don't even want to hang around this cursed gloomy place anyway, like why would we? Upon being addressed by him, I rise to my feet. He has a calm look on his face, though there is a force behind his serenity. I open my mouth in an attempt to speak. However, I quickly realize that I have little idea of what to say. He left us behind, but it did indeed lead to success. Must I admit that forsaking others is correct? Or was that not truly the only way? I mean, yes, the guide is a bit of a downer, but it's also the only way we even, managed to cross the lake. So it's like, And then the fog is removed from my thoughts. After everything that has happened, it becomes clear. I harden my face to match his serious disposition. There is something he is certainly right of. This lake isn't a place to linger. Going round and round in circles will never help. We cannot submit our lives or our minds to Sinnlos. What I must truly do, what I must do if I truly want to defend others is keep them from coming here at all. When I return to the village, I intend to make that information acutely known to our elder. For that to happen, we must leave.
Goodbye.
His eyes narrow as he looks over me. I begin to feel uncomfortable under his scrutiny. But for a moment, I could swear I noticed him smiling slightly. However, it could easily be a trick of the morning sun. Bemele merely scoffs. It's perhaps best that Bemele is refusing to acknowledge him rather than deciding to get caustic. At this point, nothing can be done about that man. Margaret steps over to us and regards the guide with a pointed expression.
This will be goodbye for us as well. I appreciate the opportunity you've graced me with. However, I won't be returning here.
Yes, because she wanted to be a guide as well. The guide offers no reaction to her statement. In fact, he says nothing at all. Instead, he simply turns on his heel and leaves us alone once more. Well, I mean, not everything, because, we did have to just move past Lou at the start, but yeah, he wasn't part of the starting group anyway, so it's not really a loss in that regard, if you really think about it. We make no attempt to stop him, watching him silently as he disappears into the landscape. It is painfully clear that no matter how meaningful this is for us, it is only another day in his life. Once the guide fully departs, Margaret frowns harshly.
This all seems so terribly sad.
I regard the lake again. It is isolated and desolate, the mist still covering the surface like a suffocating rag.
Chica!
Margaret's worried voice beckons me back to the present. I turn my wistful face to determined as I realize there is still much to accomplish ahead of me.
We can't stay here any longer.
I signal Bemele to start moving out. And my legs strengthening with each step, I move away from the lake. Can you two be this together now or so? I will see if I can get that achievement as well. Yes, I want to get all the achievements, and I'm pretty sure there's also low-key kind of sorta a Yuri achievement. Margaret notices and follows behind with no hesitation. I offer her a small smile despite seeing her settle in step with me. We turn our backs to the shore and advance towards the forest. There is a great cauldron full of turmoil between us. Grief, regret, and uncertainty all loom over our heads, even as we leave the lake behind. But swirling among them is relief and gratitude, transforming into new hope for the future, the gift at the bottom of that dark pit we had found ourselves in. I know not what I'm going to do with these emotions, nor myself. However, I do know what I must do in this moment. Move forward. Without looking back or stopping, I close my eyes and whisper beneath my breath, soft as a falling leaf. To all those left behind within the lake of Sinnlos, I offer one last, reverent parting word.
Farewell.
I hurried to Hamer as quickly as I could. I already failed to help another during my journey. I could not afford to fail the village. And the thing is that the villager is just, someone who is who's a member who lives in a village, yeah. But I just cannot help but think of it as specifically Minecraft villagers. They were grateful to see me, for it was a desperate situation indeed. The urgency meant that my mind was occupied with other matters. I worked tirelessly to aid Hamer's own guards in forcing back the brigadiers. But during the moments of calm and when the sun went down, I would remember the lake. The melee was of great help during the fight. His outwardly positive demeanor lifted the spirits of many around him. But I could see from the shadows in his eyes that he hadn't forgotten what he went through. Rather than be paralyzed by it, he is pushing himself to be even stronger. I admire that about him, and I fully intend to support him the way he does for me. After putting Sinnlos behind her, Margaret explained... Oh hey, this is also a different bit of text. Margaret explained where she was originally from, though she had no plans on returning. Despite leaving everything she knew, Margaret boldly looks towards the future. I respect her for her bravery and hoped for nothing more than the best. Alright. It was desperate and had been denied and failed. And then the guide stays a mystery? Yes. And that's also just the same thing. Yeah, that's just the basic. Nice. Okay. Okay, so let's see, is this still... Right, okay. Okay, no, that one was just like after the choice had been made.
This opportunity to fully rest.
Alright. Okay, that's also after a choice has been made. Alright. Then again. Right, that's just... Okay, and let's see if I take the different option here. I motion towards her to lean in.
Stay close. I can at least clear the way we came so we can keep going.
I creep towards one of the monsters, who slinks back and arches its spine like a hostile cat. I slash the first creature I meet as soon as I'm within sword's reach. The blade cuts clean, deep into the Nixie, and it screeches loudly. I strike at another creature advancing towards. I try to get closer to her, but I feel a force like an iron chain lock onto my leg mid-stride. I turn with a deep dread forming in my stomach to see a Nixie latched onto my leg. I quickly slash at it. However, it manages to grasp the sword with its other arm-like appendage. I kick at the creature, but the weight of my boot does nothing to ease its hold. Every time I forcibly make contact, its flesh folds over and squishes down in such an incredibly unnatural way. It's as though their flesh has no attachment to its bones. Ultimately, my threshing is in vain. More Nixie latch onto my legs. I force myself to accept that clinging to a sword here is only causing me more problems. So I release my attachment to it as I twist my body and kick. The Nixie pull harshly at my other leg as I start to kick. I am forced off balance and topple forward. Once on the ground, the monsters start to yank at me with renewed fervor. No matter how I resist, I'm pinned completely down to the wood. Then I start being taken towards the edge. Yeah, I'm not thinking there's survival here. I am thinking that this is most definitely a death scene. I'm not even able to turn my head to look once more before I get violently thrown into the water. A multitude of twisted beings surround me and push. I hope she gets better. Yeah, last time I checked, there is no known cure for drowning or being like completely torn into pieces. All my thoughts are occupied with hopes that somehow Margaret was able to escape without me. Oof. Okay, which one was it? That one. Yeah, I don't think there's a cure for that, even in this universe of magic. Okay, so again we hand off Pamela. Here we let it run out to see what Margaret's ID is. And then, are there any more choices? Nope, it's just cool. So now let's see what happens. I mean, I'm pretty sure that if something like that was real, then the research surrounding it would somehow mysteriously disappear, as well as the researchers that worked on it. Anyway, now let's have him take Margaret. The guide regards me with an unreadable expression. He turns around. Okay, and this is just the same dialogue.
If you wish.
And
Why would you do that?
she peers at me, vexed. This vexes me. sorry, that's from like roughly 1 minute long video, which basically parodies a few recurring themes in the episodes of Doctor House or House MD.
Because it felt right.
Margaret's eyes fill with tears, and she scrunches her nose up.
Well, you're wrong. I hope you realize.
Oh, nice. You also know it. Mouse bites.
The decision has been made. You need to go. We will find our own way.
Margaret wipes the tears from her eyes. She fixates on me. That is certainly a way to phrase it. That is most certainly one of the ways one could phrase such a statement. And I know that she doesn't truly believe me. I mirror her look with equal gravity.
Be safe, please. There isn't time left.
Renewed tears pour down Margaret's face, dripping in a subtle rhythm onto the already damp wood. She opens her mouth and begins to say something. However, it catches in her throat. She doesn't want to say goodbye. I don't either. She looks down and her voice drops to a whisper.
Thank you both for everything.
You're welcome. just the singular word. That's the message. Just out. Right, I can say I was not expecting a message like that. She then turns around, trying to catch up with the guide. It was almost unbearable seeing her so. This is supposed to be an emotional scene. She didn't want to sacrifice someone else for her own safety. For her own safety as much as I didn't. However, I still hold to my decision. I am also slightly lightheaded. My only regret is that it wasn't only myself who was left in the dark. We both stand alone, consumed by creeping darkness. I gulp in a breath and exhale it slowly. My eyes are drawn back over to Bemele. It is difficult to face him after the choice I made. Yet I am determined to accept my own decision and do whatever I can in order to still assure his safety. He doesn't look at me at all, and instead he watches the path where the others disappeared down. He seems almost introspective. There's a pocket of silence between us before he speaks.
I'm glad we were able to help someone this time. Though I wasn't of much use.
I don't know what to say. Bemele takes my silence as an invitation to continue.
I can't tell if this will work out for the best once everything is said and done. But we don't have the luxury of pondering over all those possibilities right now.
He finally turns to face me. His lips curl into a slight smile.
We need to hurry if we're going to beat the two of them to the other side.
I match his smile and gratefully nod. Bemele is a good man. I can't help but be in awe of how understanding he was of what I did. I put not only both our lives on the line, but this also risks no one arriving to help our cause. As the guide said, everything could be for naught because of me. Still, his brightness doesn't fade even in this cold void. And what Bemele said is right. I shouldn't get caught up in my own thoughts right now. It isn't over. The two of us dash forward and take another branching path out of the bridges. We continue to race across Sinnlos, bridge after bridge. Many are this similar. And then suddenly the creepy crawlers. And no fire. Only swords. But will it work now that we're with two people? Or will it just also be the end? He moves to unsheath his sword as well, and looks at me with agreement.
Looks like we'll be pushing our way through this time.
We take an offensive stance, as we've done countless of times in the past, and I wordlessly signal to Bemele, focusing on the group of Nixie bobbing in the water. The two of us face our formidable foes together. I lean towards Bemele slightly and whisper to him,
You strike from the right side. I'll aim for the left. Once you have a chance, run.
He doesn't reply, instead tightening his expression and focusing on the battle at hand. The Nixie slither closer to us, and I hear a few of their throats rumble with the beginnings of a hiss. I order Bemele with my hand once more. We charged forward with our feet crashing against the wet boards of the bridge. As we draw nearer to the monsters, we ready our attack. I slash the creature I meet as soon as I'm within sword's reach. The blade cuts clean, deep into the Nixie, and it screeches loudly. I dart back to put some distance between me and the remaining creatures. But I feel forced oh no, is it just gonna be just the same game over? Or does Bemele manage to save it? Oh! It may have been concern for my sake. However, he doesn't sound like he's faring much better. Right? So is it still going to be the same thing? Just with one, voice line? There's a loud thud. With a sickening feeling, I realize the Nixie have pulled Bemele down as well. Oh, well, that's... Look, if he was drawn down as well, how would he have escaped somehow? Right, so that's what happens with that. Alright, let's say nothing at this point.
What if it breaks?
Okay. Now, what if we switch positions? Then that's also another death. Right, and this was already after that. So I did not save before the choice came to choose which of us to survive. And this is a different save, right? No. Load. Yes. What? Yeah, sure. Actually, would that change what we get? Oh, hey, this is different.
Has something
Oh, right,
happened?
because now it's not on the side of the
Everything is
thing.
fine.
Well, that's nice.
But now it's a little later in the story. I see.
I'm happy to report that everything.
Okay, dialogue is still pretty much the same
Is that
though.
everything? Then goodbye.
If you need
Yes.
Yes. I see. Pacing back and forth, endlessly wonder. Okay.
Hello, Kika.
Right, so they just
Hello there.
greet.
hello.
Okay. So I guess we can assume that they somehow met each other. Right. The melee seems torn between saying something and keeping the silence. And then the guide. And then we just have to move. Then we throw the lantern. Then the torch. Ah, yes. Because I wanted to see what happened here as well. Because first I did like, oh yeah, we have to wait because it's heavy. And now I have a feeling this is also game over, but it's a different game over. I hit the cold water like a slap, smacking my head on a falling chunk of wood. All I can do is try to swim back to the surface despite the thick hold of water and growing fog in my mind. Before I can reach it, I feel something latch onto my legs with a grip like an iron manacle. I struggle to kick the weight off, flailing my legs desperately as my air supply dwindles. It only tightens its grip so much. I can feel my... Oh, that is intense. It's like actually crushes the bones. No, you see that the dialogue is slightly different, even if it's still just death by drowning. Because if I recognize it's basically the same, I just skip. Because I don't know if it's gonna be the same or if it's gonna be different in some way that's actually kind of valuable as its own experience. It drags me farther away from the upper world of air, light, and life. That different flavor of drowning, wonderful. Well, it's not like it takes a lot of time to get there, so, you know. With an icy turning of my insides, I realize it's already too late for me. Despite this, I struggle and thrash about as much as my burning lungs will let me, so that if he fell into the water too, I can at least keep the monsters busy with me. This last sense of purpose keeps me fixated, even as my senses get fuzzy. I'm dragged lower and lower, with a vague smile on my face until the darkness completely overtakes me. Yes. Wait, no, not as like any form of excitement. I'm just gonna do this just in case it was this specific combination of choices that gave me that
Of course.
option to
What's our first
switch
priority?
people. And then walk closer, yes. And then throw the lantern. Now. And here we just don't do anything. And then we're just gonna go along. I swallow my objections. No matter how painful it is to come to terms with it, we have to be pragmatic. I would have encouraged the decision if another was being spared. I can't say it is wrong now. The guide waits for a breath. When I say nothing, he takes it as compliance and nods. He then simply walks off without even a goodbye to the others.
I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything for you.
Margaret's voice is quivering.
Please, go after the guide.
Pamela gives me a courageous half smile.
We'll find our own way across. The shore can't be far off after all the walking we've done.
I wipe my face on my sleeve and compose myself.
I will wait for you on the shore.
Now I wonder which of the two will survive, because I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be Overy. This goodbye can't go on for much longer. With us all standing still without any light. I burn both their faces into my memory for reasons I don't dare think about. Because it's pretty likely at least one of them will die. Then I force my shaky legs to follow after the guide. I follow behind the guide at the edges of his light. I walk listlessly, each step feeling heavier than the last. A complete sense of emptiness overwhelms me. I move along almost like a puppet on strings, trudging on hollowly as I attempt to understand what I'm even doing with myself, with my life. I harden my face and attempt to purge every thought from my mind, except for ones pertaining to the bridges and how to successfully cross them. I have to survive. I must. What I've all sacrificed cannot be for nothing, and I'm still needed. After hours of navigating the complex maze of bridges, the faint light of day creeps into view. The guide increases his pace and I cautiously follow suit. The sun continues to rise, as does our speed along with it. The odds decrease with every step we have to take. Our persistence pays off when the silhouette of land appears on the horizon. My heart pounds at the sight. It feels unbelievable. I race across the bridges, desperately trying to keep the guide's light-edged figure in clear sight. I run as fast as I can possibly manage without slipping on the boards. We run across the entire way, spurred on by the shoreline rapidly approaching. Miraculously, I feel my feet plunge into dirt. I stumble forwards, nearly collapsing onto the ground while trying to catch my breath. It feels as though I've come out of a long dream. We made it. After a moment of processing everything that just happened and pulling myself together, I rise fully to my feet and stand tall. I run back towards the lake. Fog drifts across the empty, stagnant waters. As menacing as when I first laid eyes on it. I can't bear to tear my eyes from the sight. It's as though reality halts as I stare deeply at the surface. I shake away the sensation. I'm alive, I've made it across, and now I will be able to unite the villagers and remove the brigadiers. But at what cost? My mind turns over itself. I can still faintly feel red, rigid hands on my ankle. A ghostly reminder of the Nixie. I know the hands are not real, but that doesn't loosen their grip. I wait at the edge of the shore, looking out to the vast expanse of the lake. I stand steadfast and unable to be swayed. I refuse to move until the light of the sun fully covers the land and the bridges disappear underneath the water. I will be here for them until the final moment. I feel that the guide is rather displeased at my continued presence. Despite getting such an impression, however, he still remains close enough for me to reside in his light. The moments tick on, and the night continues to shrink with each passing minute. I perk up when I hear something. It isn't a whisper under the surface or the rush of wind through the trees. It's the sound of footsteps, I'm sure of it. And they're coming from the lake. My heart begins to pound. I shout out down the bridge and wave my hands in an attempt to garner the attention of anyone who is out there, regardless of the dense fog making it impossible to see. It hardly matters, as I hope desperately that whoever is on the bridges finds their way before it's too late. Yeah, the cat is asking for attention. Yeah, earlier in the stream she even knocked my microphone over. The echoes of footsteps grow louder and I can't resist the temptation to head out into the unknown to meet with them moments sooner. I step out on the boards once more. My breath remains locked inside as the footsteps draw nearer still. And then out of the mist emerges Margaret, and Melee died. The air releases and my eyes start to brim with tears. Margaret is alive. She made it. She draws to a stop and nearly stumbles from halting so quickly. She is grinning and almost laughing in joy. I quickly wipe my damp eyes and smile at her.
I'm so glad to see you.
We rush off the bridges with haste, eager to put this night behind us. With that, we truly arrive on the shore. As the thrill of the moment dissipates, I have to acknowledge that she is alone. I turn my eyes back out to Sinnlos, scanning as much of the area as I can see, silently pleading for a glimpse of a sign. There's a tug at my sleeve. I turn my attention towards Margaret slowly. Her eyes are drenched with tears and drooping with sorrow. Her lip quivers lightly as she shakes her head, before squeezing her eyes shut to keep too many droplets from escaping. The tears from earlier make their return. They spill over and stream down my face. The Melee is gone. He died out in the darkness. I slowly slink backwards, away from the lake. I don't want to be anywhere near these bridges. I clench my fists together tightly. Margaret follows along as I step back, still tightly gripping my sleeve as if she never wants to let go. My turmoil abruptly ends at the sound of the guide's voice. You can't stay. There's nothing left for you here. You must return to the world and leave this place behind. All of my words are stuck sorely in my throat. I'm completely parched and my mouth is threatening to close in on itself. He fills the silence once more.
I expect to never see you again.
The guide looks at me harshly, almost pleadingly, as he gazes into my eyes. All I can offer is a slow, weak nod. I don't want this to be the way things are. I can't accept it. I'm consumed by a whirlpool of thoughts. I wasn't able to help anyone. As I continue to stare at the guide, tears well up in my eyes and threaten to spill over. He gives me no acknowledgement at all. I wipe the feeling from my face completely. I must continue on. I have no other choice left before me. On quaking legs, I march forward solemnly into the forest. Margaret follows behind silently. I have no idea what she is thinking now. What she experienced this night will likely remain forever a mystery to me. Without stopping or turning around, I close my eyes and murmur to myself, it's a sorrowful goodbye to all those lost to the lake who couldn't even say the word themselves.
Farewell.
With a solemn heart, I They arrived at home. Okay, then this is just... Yes, because we only have Margaret. He died, and Lou also died. Alright. Oh, she put on a smile as she departed. Wow. Receiving payments, report. Lou said. And the end. Okay, so we've done trying to save everyone. And we've had every combination of bringing 2 people with us. And we've done only bringing Bemele with us. So now let's do only Margaret, and then only Lou, and then no one. Now maybe that has a lot, maybe there's barely anything. We'll just have to see. Yeah, whatever.
I know.
Yes, we should
And
go.
I believe you.
Sure. Okay. Now let's see what happens if I just don't do this. It lunges at Bemele. It hits his legs and he goes down, taking me with it. Wait, what? We slam against the bridge, our lantern's light blinking out as it hits the wood. We're engulfed in darkness and fog, and before I can do anything, a Nyx reaches out from the edge of the bridge and clings to Bemele. It pulls hard, separating the 2 of us. Bemele quickly slides nearer the edge as the Nyx retreats. Bemele struggles to loosen the monster's long fingers from him to no avail. I lunge forward, but my hands only slap the surface of the bridge. I try to crawl closer, yet I can't keep up with the rapid pace of the horror playing out in front of me. Margaret rushes over to me, bathing me in her lantern's light and scaring away another Nyx at the surface's edge. The Nyx with Bemele likewise dives fully back in the black waters, dragging him completely off to the side. I scramble to the edge and Bemele is there, flailing to keep above water. Before I can even extend a hand towards him, he's violently yanked underneath. The surface of the water grows still again in just a few seconds, as if the entire altercation didn't happen, as if Bemele hadn't just been taken, as if he'd never been here in the first place. I stare down at the void in disbelief. A clicking, cluttering sound, like the whining of cicadas, erupts around us. The Nixie are laughing. A hand grips my shoulder. The guide pulls Margaret and I back over to the center of the bridge, grabbing my lantern and holding it in front of my face.
Relight it. We're moving forward.
I stare at the lantern, unable to move.
What happened here? It didn't happen. Not until we reach the shore. Pretend he will be there on the other side. Whatever it takes. Get up.
I rise to my feet, barely conscious of what's happening. Margaret helps stabilize me. The guide holds out the lantern again, and this time I take it. My free hand slips into my pouch, pulling out a box of matches. I get one out and hold it up in front of my face. I can't seem to figure out what to do next. Margaret gently takes the match from my hand, relighting my lantern for me. As the light bursts to life and shines across her face, I feel like crying. The guide nods and begins forward again. Stiffly, I follow. the box of matches crumpling in my grip. Margaret, now sure that I'm as okay as I can be, catches up to the guide, but remains closer to me than she did before.
What happened to the other lantern?
It was taken after the light went out.
What conversation there was, or could have been, gets no further. It barely gets into my mind. Margaret hovers nearby, watching me with clear worry on her face. I want to say something. I want to reassure her. But I feel like I'm barely even in my own body. Nothing feels real. I can't accept Melee being gone. I can't accept that he's gone for good, just like that. He can't just have disappeared. The guide's words float through my mind, and it's remarkably easy to believe what he said. The Melee will be waiting for me on the other side, or maybe he'll be in a tavern when I make it back home, clapping me on the back and commending me for a job well done. He'll be laughing and drinking as he usually does, starting a fuss with the other guards. He can't just be gone. It can't be that I won't see his face again. A dim, unusual noise penetrates the fog of my mind, and I realize Margaret is trying to talk to me. Her words sound far away, like she's speaking through a tunnel. She smiles nervously at me. I only look at her. The smile fades off her face. Instead, she stays by my side, walking forward with me.
Huh?
Something is pulling on my arm. What? But the Nixie are cold, aren't they? Ah. Margaret is whispering to me, pulling me forward and pointing at the guide. My eyes follow her finger, and I realize the guide is getting further away.
He's moving faster.
And then I snap back into awareness. Danger is still afoot, and Margaret is still alive. Shame trickles down my neck. Shame for having lost my wits. I'm not supposed to be this way. I double my speed, feet pounding hard against the wood. The sound and rhythm soothe me enough to fully clear my mind.
Thank you for telling me, Margaret.
I say it quietly. So quietly I'm sure she can't hear. But as Margaret runs past me, getting into her original position, she pants in response.
You're welcome.
Right, this is an interesting one. I'm just gonna override save one. Because, yes, I've done endings with where I don't think it's gonna change much if Bemele still dies before you get to the mid island, because when you save everyone, Bemele also dies. So I think I'm really just going to keep it at trying to have one person with me. So here I take Margaret with me, leave Lou behind. And here we go, take Margaret with us. Yes. Okay. And just, I don't know, point towards the guy, this should be fine. Alright, it takes no effort to jump over the gap, and as soon as I land, I break into a sprint to catch up. The bridge that I jumped from trembles and quickly vanishes into the water. Margaret and the guide's backs appear in front of me once again. I bite my lip to prevent myself from being overwhelmed with relief. At least Margaret is still here. I can still protect her. Oh, right, because if you save her while you still have Bemele, then he also joins, and dialogue is a little different. I won't lose someone else, but now of course you already lost someone, so you're more determined to save this other person. Makes sense. The guide's fading light bounces in the distance. A clear signal that he's still running. I focus everything I have on catching up. Slowly we begin to close the distance. As the night wears on, our strength rapidly fades. Even my stamina is being challenged. I can't imagine what this must be like for Margaret. She's holding her side as she runs, clearly cramping from the exercise. Alright, people have to rest sometime, and then we have random dude, but we will just leave him behind.
If the man come,
Yes.
I didn't agree to lead this.
Alright, we just... Yes, whatever.
Do you actually have a plan? Or are you just going to resume huddling in a little ball as soon as we pass by?
No, that's quite accurate. You know, I can't really fault you for saying it like that. Margaret is blunt and to the point, but her tone doesn't suggest any spitefulness. He gives off a small
When
chuckle.
you come across a stranger having an emotional moment, it's not very polite to bring it up, you know. You should have pretended not to see.
Margaret's jaw tightens slightly at that.
I suppose my question was a tad tactless. Given the situation we're in, however, it couldn't have been helped.
I know. It was only a joke.
Oh, what part was the joke? Sorry, that's... Lou, you know, the ginger, says that in a different route. It follows some different dialogue, but still like, oh, it was a joke. And then Pamela is like, what part was supposed to be the joke? Margaret lets out a sigh and scrunches her nose. Her reaction makes it pretty clear that she's not at all impressed with how things are unfolding. I can tell from her expression that she expects he won't be easy to work with. He regards us curiously, catching on to our mixed response.
You're tired of me already? I've really outdone myself now.
The man gives a small wave and begins down the path he came.
Should you even be trying to walk? You aren't exactly in the best of states.
He lets out a small chuckle.
There's no need to worry about me. I'm perfectly fine going on my own now.
So, I take it that what happened back there is a normal occurrence for you then?
Margaret eyes him curiously. Her mouth is quirked into a slight grin. He doesn't confirm nor deny the question, instead opting to fidget in place awkwardly. Margaret clicks her tongue.
Shouldn't he be following us anyways? Isn't there only one way to the island?
I'm not going there.
Oh,
Margaret seems slightly taken aback.
He must have come quite a ways if it was the other shore that he started on.
The man's smile grows.
Good. That's not so bad.
No one responds to this remark, unsure of what could be said. The conversation dies down, and there's no question about it. He's going to leave. I look at Margaret, whose gaze is quietly focused elsewhere. I can't exactly blame her. Being separated from the guide could easily be a death sentence for both people. Still, I could stay behind. This isn't an entirely foregone conclusion, but nah. You know, we're doing the one person only route. Margaret stares at the man as he leaves. We both watch him drag his little... Yes, okay. Yes, we had to let him go. He's gone. Pulls together. Guild. Base. Moving. Silence. The melee constantly looks to want to reach out. Yeah? Is that Did I load the wrong... Did I mess up the saves? Is this a mistake in the game, or is it like the character imagining...
Not again. We already lost a lantern.
Yes, we can't lose a lantern at this point.
Yes, we're almost to the guide. Then fire.
Throwing that.
Yes, it will.
What?
Then you will die.
Okay, you know, it skirts the point, but understandable given the circumstances. He bends his lantern back down until it is lowered to his outstretched arm. The pouch is set aflame.
Don't
And
get left.
yeet and burn. Alright.
Your glasses aren't here anymore. We have to go or we'll lose the guide.
Okay, so do we then have dialogue with melee, or is it just... Okay, so, yeah, no, I think it was just either imagining the melee was there, or a slight error in the game. You know, there's a lot of text, so it's understandable. As a storm of feet thunder across the board, a silver sliver begins to rise into view just above the edge of the water. The island, yes, almost there. And there.
How are you?
Oh, I'll manage. I
Okay,
have to,
that's
after
pretty
all.
much the same.
The sun will.
Is that why you?
Setting the bridge.
Okay, now let's see how much choices there are here.
If any of you see it,
And then we get light.
We know long.
Yes. Then we sleep. Then, of course, the guide is already gone and whatever's. Margaret stirs like a mouse, I suppose. No, like a creature. Not a creature is stirring, not even a mouse. Which would imply that normally mouses do stir. I've opened,
Hello.
shut. Hello.
Hello to you.
Hello to you.
we should.
Mm,
Margaret.
quiet,
Yes.
eat.
That is good.
Okay, good food, good soup. Then the guide's there like, hello.
Nixie will not.
Alright.
The sun's.
Are you all right?
Wait, sorry, did Margaret say something? Yeah, hello. Oh, right, what needs to be done there? That can't be.
No, I'm not.
Alright, nothing is alright. Quietly I speak. It doesn't really matter which one. I think, at least. Right. Let's see, do we now have more? Okay, this feels different. Probably because the melee is gone now. As well as someone else, so, you know, very sad. Nothing is straightforward. I find something familiar and powerful in my thoughts and latch on. The mission. I have to try and focus on the mission. I need to be strong. My eyes dart back up. Is someone watching? I wonder if I'm afraid of being seen struggling like this, or if I hope I may not be on my own here. It doesn't matter, there is still nothing but the silent island. Oh hey, that rhymes. Time seems so indefinite around me, passing slowly. On this island it almost seems to move slow as a stagnant pond. I shake my head, burying the thought. It's irrational, but I cannot bear to think of even old pond water. Gradually, my consciousness begins to include the world again. There's some stretches, widths, right, the woods, the guide, the clearing, Mark. Right, she's been
Everything is
crying.
well. Happy to report.
I'm glad.
Alright.
Is that everything?
That's
I
everything. I suppose it is. She's like,
Then
okay,
goodbye.
bye
If
bye.
you need anything,
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Bye bye. And much more. Pacing back and forth. Yada yada yada. And now we're getting back into the repetitive things. Margaret soon arrives.
Hello, Kika.
Tries to greet. I'm glad she's here. I don't want to be
Hello.
alone. And then the guy just like, hello, I come here to interrupt you. And then they wait. And then... Oh, and because there's already 2 people sacrificed to the lake, chances are that the next part will have better survival
Let's go
chances. Right, weighing down, lifetime passed. A shudder crawls over my body. All tense as corpses. That's sort of like the Nisi, I suppose. Feels as though barely any time has passed when it is explained that half the night has crept by. Great sunken bridges, rotten bridges. The prowlers are absent.
why?
Yes, that is indeed very weird, but probably because they have been fed.
It's very quiet out here. I haven't heard anything but our footsteps since we started.
Yes.
She seems a tad disappointed by my brusque answer, but Margaret quickly refocuses and continues walking. As the time passes by, we continue to see nothing but more bridges and fog. Beside me, Margaret eyes the guide sharply. She begins to question him.
How do you know where you're going?
Her tone is harsh and clipped. He doesn't answer, prompting her to continue.
I heard that it's impossible to create a map of the bridges because they can change. I can understand that since I've seen them sink partway through the night myself. But I'm curious. How exactly are you able to tell that we're going the correct way?
Because I remember.
Remember what exactly?
She huffs to herself at the notion.
All these bridges look exactly the same.
Well, no, actually, if you look at this little
But they are
corner,
the same.
he replies immediately this time, addressing Margaret's line of questioning head on, despite having his back to us.
How many boards there are, the angle they curve at, the width. There are ways to tell them apart. It isn't the bridges alone either. There are signs in the water and even with the way the air feels. As little as there is, everything here can be a marker, as long as one is actually committed to keeping it in mind.
Ah, you know,
I see.
like even the deserts or some plains have some markers. Despite wanting to dismiss the guide, she does seem focused enough to be making mental notes on everything he's explained about the maze. She slowly falls into step with me, seemingly satisfied with the partial conversation she had been having with the guide.
It is still terribly difficult to navigate this dreadful place without my glasses.
You're going to be alright.
I firmly reassure her, however. Oh, I reassure her. However, she merely scoffs again.
Perhaps not with a leader like him.
Her tone grows more annoyed.
I wonder how many people have needlessly died because he was the only person around to show them the way.
I think that one. You know, like that's... Try and be reasonable here.
I cannot say with certainty that the guide has always made wise decisions. However, there isn't enough evidence for us to state that he takes his position lightly, or that one would be better off without him.
Yeah, see, she's being pretty reasonable. She pauses for a moment, entertaining the viewpoint.
Perhaps. I still think that things could be far better.
Finishing that thought, she resumes to her normal pace again. Our progress continues steadily, and we still encounter no significant difficulties. Margaret has drifted further away from me and closer to the guide. He turns his head slightly to address her.
You're following too closely.
I expect her to step back and nothing to come from this. However, instead Margaret dismissively snipes back.
I'm not at all within an arm's reach of you.
The guide abruptly stops walking, and Margaret accidentally ends up getting even closer to him.
You're close enough. Stay further behind.
He's far firmer in his demand this time around, highlighting how clearly the point was made. Margaret regards the guide defiantly and stands her ground. He narrows his eyes at the turn of events.
If you're not happy with how I lead, then continue on by yourself.
I start to feel concern creep in. The lack of trust between them has grown dangerously high, and with the way they're speaking, I feared it could escalate further.
We should remain as a single group.
Margaret ignores me completely while remaining unfazed by the guide. Directly addressing the concerns she had voiced.
It's rather hard to respect a leader who eavesdrops on conversations.
His jaw clenches as she tests his patience.
Either you are to lead yourself, or you will follow my path. Those are your choices. Say which one it will be.
Yeah, and which one will it be?
Oh, so both options are to die then.
That biting comment makes me wince. As I feared, this situation is spiraling further down, and any words to stop its descent cannot be found in my racing thoughts.
If you enter these bridges, all you should expect is death. That is no secret.
The guide continues, annoyance leaking into his voice.
You think that the results would have been different if only I had said more or did something differently. But that is not true.
Yeah, and this is similar to the argument Pamela had with him in one of the alternate routes.
The conclusion would be exactly the same. If Lou hadn't died when he did, he would have been lost at some other point during the trip.
Lou?
Yes, Lou was his name. I had spoken with him in the past. He wanted to cross the bridges.
Yes.
I had deemed him unfit.
It was like
His far
skill
too
issue.
Desperate and unprepared. There's no helping someone like that.
The guide sounds even more agitated as he elaborates.
That sounds like excuses to me.
Margaret raises her voice.
You're adept enough to traverse these bridges so often that you've memorized the minute details of them, but you couldn't help him? Why are you the only one who gets to avoid death here?
The guide's face twists in. Oh, and then he's gonna be like, I have died.
I have died.
Yes, let's go!
I have no life to give. Everything I am, everything I could have been, was surrendered to this lake. That is the only reason why I'm able to stand before you now. I can show you the way, and I can give you advice on how to survive the perils you will face. That is all I'm able to offer. Is that not enough for you? What else do you want from me? Kindness? Sympathy? It's been far too many years since I was capable of giving anything like that.
He finally stops to catch his breath, though the emotion in his eyes still shines intently. There is no response from either of us. An agonizing silence permeates the air. No one dares to even move. The tension is cut as the boards beneath me start to... Oh, right. That's also how that other argument ended.
Wait!
I look up at Margaret's frantic call. My chest tightens when I see her and the guide on what has become the other side of a small chasm. I leap back just in time as the bridge under me snaps like a twig. Glancing over again, they keep getting farther and farther away with each disappearing platform I move off of. Dread creeps up my neck and I nearly lose my footing once I realize what's happening. Desperately stumbling backwards, I finally manage to regain my balance. I use this to leap far enough back that the bridge I land on doesn't immediately start to fall apart under my weight. In another 3 steps, I am finally on sturdy wood. The bridges reluctantly stop shifting and settle. The only trace left of what was once a huge section of bridge is a few splintered boards floating in the murky water. The lake consumed it. Somehow I am not surprised. Regaining my bearings, I face what has become of my circumstances. I am now separated from Margaret and the guide by a far wider gorge than anyone could leap. My throat goes bone dry as I teeter at the end of the bridge, mind wildly scrambling for a solution that doesn't come. I look onto Margaret's face. She is completely aghast, wringing her hands and opening her mouth wordlessly. She has little idea of what to do with herself. I'm not quite sure what to do with myself either. Margaret keeps her eyes on me, but I can faintly hear her address the guide. I'm too far off to grasp what Margaret is asking, but I get the impression she is seeing if there's another way. The guide turns to me. He is completely cooled down from the earlier interaction, back to his same placid expression. The guide says one word. Judging from the look of heartbreak on Margaret's face, I can only assume it was a no. There's no way back to them. As I watch the two discuss my fate, unable to say anything, fear starts to crawl over me. My arms run cold, to freezing. It's not long before the rest of my body follows. Tears drip down Margaret's face. I can see the delicate lantern light playing off them, even from here. The guide's voice echoes loudly across the water, separating me from them.
Go back and take the next bridge you come across that goes west. There may be enough time for you to find your own way.
I blink, taken aback for a moment, before I quickly regain my composure. That's right, this isn't over. I still have my lantern with me. The prowlers are less active, and if the guide says that it's possible, it could be true. I nod solemnly at his words and yell back.
I'll meet you there. Don't wait for me.
He bows his head and starts to slowly back away from the edge. Margaret tries and fails to dry her eyes, as she looks at me helplessly from across the waters. I smile forlornly at her as the wind whips against my back. I speak softly.
Need to go.
There's no way she could have heard me, yet I'm confident that the sentiment got across. I spin on my heels and run back the way we came, searching for the bridge the guide said to take. I can only hope that we can all safely reunite before this night ends. I spare a brief glance behind me. However, there's not a trace of them, or even the dead end I was stranded at. With a painful contracting of my heart, I realize that I'm truly alone now. Quickly, I shake off the thought and refocus my attention on what's in front of me. Alright, so this feels like it's gonna be the same. I don't quite remember what to do, but I'm sure I can figure it out if I just save here. And yeah. Let's see what happens if we go past it. Light the lantern and then stare it down. And then it's Margaret. She is calling out for me.
Margaret.
I shout back to her through the dark, foggy void. My voice comes out as a horribly weak wheeze between deep, shaky breaths. I'm almost certain she couldn't hear me. I'm not bothered by that, however. I will find her. I'm coming, Margaret. Please just wait for me. I keep running against the increasing light, and her figure comes into view. Here on the bridges. I see Margaret standing in the middle of the bridge, squinting her eyes as she tries to make out what's in the distance. She notices me as I draw closer and widens her eyes. I stop unsteadily in front of her and stumble slightly. She nervously catches me before I topple over. I barely choke out a sentence as I strain to catch my breath.
Why are you here?
I couldn't just stay on the shore and wait. Not when you weren't there. I had been calling for you and I thought maybe if I went out a little farther you might have a better chance of hearing me.
Even though I'm greatly relieved she's here, I grow cross with her for taking such a reckless risk with her life.
The bridges could have sunk.
I don't agree.
I blink in utter surprise, shocked she would make such a bold statement in response to my chiding. She smiles coyly.
The two of us are going to make it back, no matter what.
I grin, my strength rapidly returning. Margaret speaks to me softly as she tugs at my clothing slightly to lead me her way.
The shore is just that way. Let's go.
The two of us stare across the bridges in the direction Margaret points out, and just as she promised, the end comes into view. Against all the odds, we both make it. I nearly tumble off the bridges and crouch and drift and buried hands and eye contact and exchange and sloshing and
It is time to
time
leave
to
this
leave and address and speak and walk and round and better and defend
Goodbye.
and goodbye and narrow and comfortable and Margaret and emphasize and blah blah blah
Yes.
and hard scrutinizing turns and yes, they're still there, farewell but not disgraced and steadfast and right, and it's just the basic lines again. Yeps. Did not say where she right. Receiving payments. Yes. Blue, very sad. Guide gone. Difficult. Leaders. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Alright, and this is just like, yeah, okay, cool. Right, and now we also leave her behind. Now there's not a whole lot of choices if you're just like that. If you only got one person with you, there's less things to do. Yes, and then very sad. Blip blip. Yes. Yes. Wait, yeah, let's see if there's anything special now that there's only one of us. Right, she drowns. Alright. It's a man. Sorry. Struck over your questions. And then the guide's like, leave him. I snap my eyes and said to the guide's cold, implacable face, haven't we lost enough as it is? I clench my fist in exasperation, disturbance rising at the lack of concern he allows for the departed. It's as if their existence has already been wiped bare from his mind. The guide regards me piercingly. I have no intention of flinching in front of him, but there is no need to be concerned as he almost immediately turns his eyes on the newcomer. The man is standing now, though still hunched with his arms wrapped around himself, as if expecting a blow. He stares at the ground rather than at us. Because of this, I'm having trouble reading his face. What exactly happened to him? Wait, what kind of like stressing and intonation is that? What exactly happened to him?
Are you well, stranger? Do you know where you are and why you're here?
He glances up, not at me, but at Collarbone.
No.
Forget you saw me.
You need a lantern in
Lantern.
order to ward off the...
If he is to come, then you along with him will need to travel split off from myself. You may only walk near enough to see my lantern, not my form, and no closer.
Oh
I
damn.
do not agree to lead this man.
So even if it's like still the amount of people he's fine with, because he's fine with guiding 2 people, it's simply because it's this person specifically that he doesn't want it. Damn. But let's see if they get different
Alright.
dialogue. don't understand how I'm supposed to feel or what I'm meant to do anymore. No, I did not mean to scroll, click, or scroll. My head starts to reel, leaving me with the only option there has ever been. Pushing the emotions to the corners of my mind. The mission is all that matters for now. I release another bated breath and just barely shake my head. You should go after him. I widen my eyes, startled. Why was that line not voiced?
What?
There's still time. You should go after him. Staying with me isn't worth it. I study him, momentarily speechless from the madness of his suggestion.
No. I'm not going to let you die out here. I'll do whatever it takes to ensure your safety.
At that bit of power, the bit of power he had seems to be whisked off his shoulders like a thin cape. He shrinks back into himself, silent once more. It is a relief to have this matter fully settled. I'd be damned if I let him stroll off into a certain early end.
We should start walking. That should be enough of a head start for him.
Yeah, but I don't think I actually got the choice to save him, so does that mean that you can't abandon all 3 members in the first half of the game? Huh.
What are you doing out here without the guide?
Perhaps the question isn't appropriate to ask. After all, only the darkest of circumstances spurs someone to cross Sinnlos. But this situation is very strange. I might even go so far as to say it's suspicious. I know that's not fair, but I can't help it. Years spent anticipating danger have made me wary.
That's a good question. I'm not sure I know myself.
What does that mean? Is that some sort of joke too? Or do you genuinely not remember how you arrived where you are?
No, it wasn't a joke. Or, well, there is a point to it all.
Is there? Then his voice, already by nature light and airy, drops to a whisper.
But I don't know why I even tried. You'd think that I'd be able to call a spade already, right?
He looks up, noticing my gaze still leveled at him. Then he shrugs.
I'd rather not talk about it.
Fair enough. As what has become the norm, I don't fully understand what he means, but okay,
What
this
about
is
you? What brings
still
you out on
very
people?
repetitive.
You have someone waiting on you?
Alright, same dialogue.
Sorry.
Yeah, sure, let's click that.
Of course I'm going to be.
Uh-huh.
I
Also,
promise I
like,
could-
you know, we
knew
already
I'd know
lost
each other well.
2 people, so...
That's true. Thank you.
No need to.
Oh, right.
It is not.
If you don't want people to
yes.
I'm glad.
Yeah, so sorry, I'm just skipping a whole lot of that, but also not using the skip button, because that skips really fast, and then I might accidentally miss something.
I never could have seen myself in a situation.
Did you?
Yes, things
Yeah.
aren't over. Yes, I mean, like, yeah, look, it's on the lake of death and despair, and if you don't have a lantern to defend yourself, then you're just bound to get
Something
killed.
really is wrong.
Yes. And then the bridge is on fire.
We're going to run.
Yes. Because the guide turned it on fire. Even if he's there by himself, because then like you think it would be pretty easy to just figure something out without doing this. But and collapse and other branch. Alright, so this is still pretty
It's.
similar.
It came from. Do those monsters?
We should
Alright,
go.
I
whistle.
agree.
You know, we haven't heard the Nixie whistling, and we know this is already like what the guide does. Alright, just move forward, and the island rises, and the shore. Alright, this is still there right now that we're on the island, I will just, yes, do that.
It's time to
Right, obscured, go sleep. My eyes blink open and readjust. I perk my elbows. Lewis is asleep. Guide is gone. Having journey. Lewis stirs. He sits.
Hello.
We
We
talk.
Don't worry about him.
It's fine.
You
No,
won't
you're
make
not.
No thanks.
Remain some silence. And then some release.
The Nixie will not tread before
Yes,
the
we
sun.
know. Monsters and whatever.
I'm sorry for what happened last night.
He speaks quickly as he looks up at me, eyes filled with sorrow. He shifts his focus
You
downwards.
would have been better off without me.
Do you mean when I had to stay behind?
Yes, you got caught up in the fire and it was a disaster.
It's alright. Nothing happened in the end.
Alright,
Was
it's also
closer to
just
being I never should've
repeats. So, that's also why I pinned that message. Yeah, that's cool
I
out to Lou.
appreciate what you did.
Right, you cannot
I'm
take
alright.
joy because
I need to be.
Siri said. Right. And does more happen? Right, some warm stretches after some more sleep. Again, the guide, then moving forward. And silence, and then the guide appears. Wait, but where's Lou?
Lou is gone. He's dead.
Wait, what? What? How did he manage to die on the island?
What?
Seconds tick by and the guide says nothing as my panic pounds higher, harder and takes full control of my mind. This is not possible. No, this is a mistake.
We have to go look for him.
I would not claim this without good reason. Wait and you'll see. Night will fall and Lou will not come to meet us. We are the only two remaining.
Okay, so it is in fact possible to have all three of them gone. It just Lou is just a little later with disappearing. I do sink down to the ground at that. All my thoughts, the sound of my breath coming in and out, and my very heartbeat forming two letters. No. No, no, I cut my hands against my head. Why? I look up to the towering, stoic face of the guide, begging for an explanation. Something, anything but this. He gives no comfort. My tears start and stop from one moment to the next with my wildly tumultuous emotions. I am in brutal agony, bawling my eyes out and shouting indecipherably. Then I am feeling nothing, laying in a cool void where everything seems inconsequential and so far away from me. Pamela, Margaret, Lou. Wait, 3 syllables, 2 syllables, 1 syllable, huh? The heartbeat comes back. I have filled them. I filled every single one of them. I couldn't help anyone. I sniff back deeply, tears falling down my face once more. I manage a small miracle. I stand. The guide says nothing. I'm left with just my own thoughts and the heartbeat softly drumming as we wait for the tortuous bridges to surface. I lean against a tree, slowly reminding myself how to walk again as time runs by too fast or drags on too slow. A blanket of stars slowly creeps over the horizon. As the day truly descends into the night, I still hold onto a desperate, unreasonable flicker of hope that eventually Lou will appear through the bushes, ready to continue the journey. He never does. My hope is blown out by the wind rushing across the lake. Suddenly there is a gurgling, The water parts as the bridges of Sinnlos rise, powered by some unnatural force, creaking like they might fall apart. We walk onto the wide open shore. Thick, inky water sloshes reluctantly off the boards, bleeding back into the lake until finally it stills. I feel an inexplicable pounding like a hammer in the back of my head, beating faster and heavier than my own heart. I clench my teeth to stop it from churning my stomach. The guide is quick to return to the bridges, making haste towards them. That gets my attention.
The island is no longer safe now that the sun has set. We must leave.
Yes. I understand what he is saying. Still, I return my attention to the lake. For a moment, I listen to the near silence of the water, steeling myself for what is to come. Then I place my feet firmly onto the dock. Against what any natural instincts would advise me, I have returned to the misty labyrinth of bridges. I mean, you can't stay on the central island, that's just waiting for trouble. I try to synchronize my inhalations with my footfalls to steady my breathing. The guide and I make no attempts to converse with one another. We are as quiet as the lake we are crossing. It feels as though barely any time has passed when we realize that half the night has crept by. We encountered a few sunken bridges which force us to reroute, while other paths are rotten enough to make us stagger our steps. However, the biggest threat of all is eerily absent. Yeah, and now I wonder if, because instead of 2 people there's 3 gone, if now we just won't have any prowlers, or if we're still gonna have the few. Yes.
Where might the prowlers be?
Okay, so this is like a longer, more elaborate line. He doesn't respond. Perhaps he didn't hear me? I debate whether to repeat my question or not before he suddenly replies.
Allowing others to die is an easy path to follow. It is keeping them alive that makes it so difficult for one to cross Sinnlos.
That isn't an answer to my question. Its vagueness feels intentional. His avoidance doesn't stop the horrifying realization from coming to my mind. I still live because they died. This isn't right. I try to swallow, but my mouth is a desert. It shouldn't have happened like this. I promised I would protect everyone, not benefit from their deaths. Every step on the damned wood, my feet feel more like lead. I feel the weight of them on my feet, like I am dragging their remains with me, as they wonder why we could not help them. My body moves unbidden, unable to stop even with my thoughts in tatters. The notion that something might still be out there, that all of this could come to an end, calls me forward, or onward, or whatever. After hours of navigating the complex maze of bridges, the faint silhouette of the shore creeps into my view. My eyes widen at the sight. It is almost unbelievable that we could have come this far. The guide increases his pace and I cautiously follow suit. We near the very end of the bridges. I can smell the trees and the earth, and even through the fog I can almost count the remaining bridges between us and land. But between the end and us, the prowler appears. Oh damn, there's still one? I eye the monster intently. It makes no move to leave us, so I turn to the guide instead.
Here, take my lantern. Once it's scared off, we'll make our way to the shore. It shouldn't be an issue with it so close by.
The guide says nothing, however, right, and then yeet, and then he yeets.
Ready to run.
Yes, run, yeet, and then run. Right, race across the bridges, light-edged figure, run as fast as I can, run across the entire way, spurt on. This feels like it's got different shading. Like this feels way more blue than the normal endings. Miraculously, I feel my feet plunge into dirt. I stumble forwards, nearly collapsing onto the ground while trying to catch my breath. It feels as though I've come out of a long dream. We made it. After a moment of processing everything that just happened and pulling myself together, I rise fully to my feet and stand tall. I turn back towards the lake. Fog drifts across the empty, stagnant waters, as menacing as when I first laid eyes on it. I can't bear to tear my eyes from the sight. It's as though reality holds as I stare deeply at the surface. I shake away the sensation. I'm alive. I've made it across. And now I will be able to unite the villagers and remove the brigadiers. But at what cost? My mind turns over itself. I can still faintly feel wet, rigid hands on my ankle. A ghostly reminder of the Nixie. I know the hands are not real, but that doesn't loosen their grip. My feelings simmer beneath my own surface, fighting for dominance, gratitude, anger, relief, guilt, hope, and sorrow are battling inside of me. They pull in so many different directions at once that I can't even think. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. My turmoil ends abruptly at the sound of the guide's voice.
You can't stay.
I finally rip my eyes away from the lake. I fix them instead directly on the guide.
There is nothing left for you here. You must return to the world and leave this place behind.
All of my words are stuck sorely in my throat. I'm completely parched and my mouth is threatening to close in on itself. He fills the silence once more.
I expect to never see you again.
The guy looks at me harshly, almost pleadingly, as he gazes into my eyes. All I can offer is a slow, weak nod. I don't want this to be the way things are. I can't accept it. I'm consumed by a whirlpool of thoughts. I wasn't able to help anyone. I am entirely alone. As I continue to stare at the guide, tears roll up in my eyes and threaten to spill over. He gives me no acknowledgement at all. I wipe the feeling from my face completely. I must continue on. I have no other choice left before me. On quaking legs I march forward, solemnly, into the forest. I do not look back even once at that cursed lake during my retreat. However, I offer one last word. Let me guess, it's gonna be farewell? And 1, 2, 3.
Farewell.
Wow! I whisper softly, almost silently. It's a bitter farewell to all those who failed to escape the darkness and are forever lost. I can scarcely remember the rest of the trip. All I know for sure is that I did arrive in Hamer in time to help. They were grateful to see me, for it was a desperate situation indeed. The urgency meant that my mind was occupied with other matters. I worked tirelessly to aid Hamer's own guards. I could remember the lake. Villagers were alarmed. Oh wait, but this is some more text. But it did not take them long to guess what must have happened to Bemele. Soon their suspicions of what transpired were confirmed. As leaders in the community need to be made aware of what occurs on Sinnlos, in case they have lost one of their own. The townsfolk were deeply sympathetic towards me after learning that I was there to witness 3 souls being lost to the dark waters. It was a slight comfort. The guilt at my failure remained sharp, even still. I have not heard or seen the guy. Right, he will remain obscured. Right, I must not let him know how this journey has affected me. I need to be strong, There is no other way. Okay, let's see how we are doing in achievements. Yes, this game. All right. Right, so we need only a few more. Or well, I mean, like more than a few, but like we're over halfway. Now let me just see where the guide is. I don't mean the dude, I mean the achievement guide. Begin, inevitability, comfort, dark. You know what, let me just... Because taking the time to like figure out which is which achievement will take more time than hello cat than just doing this with the skips. Alright, let's see if I can just narrow this a bit so it doesn't take as much of the screen. Cat, don't end my stream for me, please. Alright, informed, go, not, forward, kick, format. Okay, I'm going to pull you off my desk because like you've interrupted enough times. Yes. Okay. So you're quite informed.
It's been years since the time.
Yes. I know. I believe we should
And
go.
I believe you.
Right. Not seriously. We're now properly settled. Look forward. Margaret is following the guide with some reluctance, turning back every so often to check on us. I wave my lantern to signal we're catching up. Margaret turns her head to the front and quickens her pace. With a tug on Bemele, we start to follow them. Okay, and then pull forward. Yes, kick it off. Then current format.
So you're staying behind?
Then wait timer. Encourage. I smile back and motion Margaret towards the guide. She understands the gesture, though hesitates. Obvious conflict in her eyes. However, she nods and runs after him.
Here.
I offer Bemele my hand, tightening my grip on my lantern. Bemele accepts the offer, giving it a brief squeeze. A tight smile plasters itself across my face as I try to calculate the distance between our bridge and the other. Then the ground starts to shake more. We dash to the bridge's edge and leap. Cold air rushes past my face, winding its fingers into my hair. For an instant, I think I see something moving under the surface of the water. Then we land hard on the wooden bridge. Melee lets out a sigh of relief as we both quickly get fully back on our feet.
Stay close. We need to run.
Right, so... Right, put out a hand.
Right behind you.
I take off, not bothering to ensure he's true to his word. Alright, and then skip. Yes, our strength fades. Stop him. And then I will stay. And then you're important as well. And then apparently they want us to save here, so yes, I will. Right. Skip. And then go to Lou. Doesn't turn to face me. I hesitate.
I could do that.
Oh, he actually can speak now. Nice. Right. He turns his eyes to the ground, waiting for me to do something. I just stare at him, unsure. After a brief silence, I finally sigh.
Lou, can I ask you a difficult question?
He flinches.
I don't think I'm the person you...
No one else
Yes,
can. Oh,
okay, right.
I understand.
Yes, that's
You
sad.
can ask me anything, but I hope you have a lot of patience.
He smiles
Thank
slightly.
you.
So, what do you want to know?
Have you...
Alright, has he
Sorry
lost
for
someone? Hey, could you not bother my microphone, please? I'm trying to play game. When Lou speaks, his voice is barely Also, don't put your tail in my face, please. Right.
I hate myself.
You don't have to
Yes,
say it
okay.
anymore. I was wrong to ask you about it.
Thank you for caring about me.
I know you don't want anything to happen to anyone else.
Alright, save 2. Yes. And then come. That's alright. Okay, this seems unique. She laughs without humor.
Are you keeping an eye on the rest of us to make sure we don't get into trouble?
That's not it. Anything could happen, so it is good to stay alert even in daylight. Lou is here because he was also concerned.
Well, that's nice.
She speaks somewhat curtly, but at least she no longer seems as depressed.
Does this mean you don't have something to say?
Margaret shakes her head.
I'm happy to report that everything's in order on this front.
I'm glad.
Of course, I cannot fully believe that. Margaret isn't saying what's actually on her mind, but I have no way to truly reach her.
Is that everything?
Yes, that's everything. My words come out slowly and hesitantly, as though she might change her mind if I bide my time. I want to do more, but I cannot think of what else I could do for her.
Then goodbye.
If you need anything, we will be close by.
Yes, thank you. I'm sure I'll see you soon.
Her response is sincere. It is enough to ease some of my worry. Kato, what are you doing? Genuinely, you don't have to use your nails all of the time. Did you know that? They're retractable for a reason. Did you know that? Did you know that your nails are retractable for a reason? So you don't have to keep them out when you're on someone. So you don't like stab them. Her response is sincere. It is enough to ease some of my worry. I smile, though weakly. We leave her be and head off on our own. Sorry, now I barely know where in the... Cat, please. Kom op, Luna. Oh, even niet zo lastig zijn, yeah? Okay, you know, like that's fine. You can just stand there. Okay, thank you.
It's It's good to know the others are well.
We have nothing to do with our time now. Even I can't ignore the wistful tone in my voice. Something is tugging at my heart, trying to tear a piece. Okay. Look, that is enough. Trying to tear a piece away. Lou seems uncomfortable with my lowering mood. He stares out into the woods rather than at me.
I think I'll go to the shore.
His words snap me back hard to reality.
What? Why?
I saw something earlier that I'd like to check out.
The shoreline is dangerous. Whatever you saw could not be worth the risk.
Lou actually laughs. A sudden sound that's as close to snickering as it is to sputtering.
Watching a Nyx drag itself across the shore in the middle of the day would be worth the danger, in my opinion.
Okay, fair enough.
I was only
Right, yeah, no, this dialogue I will come.
Of
Lou
course you can
brightens.
come. I'd enjoy that.
It's not as though I don't want to be around him, that's the farthest thing from it. It's the activity itself that's the problem. Despite my reservations, we head to the beach. Lou strides easily across the sand, his bare feet sinking down in the loose grains as he stretches his arms contentedly.
It is so much nicer out here.
I make sure to stay close behind him, just in case. I would not want him to go off on his own. Lou notices my position out of the corner of my eye. Wait, what? Of his eye. He isn't so distracted that he's forgotten I'm here, I seems. He takes a wide step back, so we are side by side instead. I can't help but be surprised by his assertiveness, and it makes me grin nervously.
You know what I mean, right?
Yes. The shore has its positives.
I find it hard to navigate the loose sand to my boots, but Lou has little trouble there. There are only a few ragged benches wrapped around his bare feet. I have to wonder how he has been faring this far. The forest floor is rock hard and full of thorns. I clandestinely check for any signs of bleeding. Thankfully there are no traces of it. It also does not escape me that losing one's shoes is an uncommon occurrence. They must have been stolen, or he did not have any to begin with. Between my swirling thoughts and Lou's quiet self-assurance, we have walked in silence for a bit. This should be a good chance to ask questions about his life, where he comes from, what he does for work, if he has any other family. However, I cannot help but assume he would shrink away from such attention. Lou catches my gaze and inclines his head, a whisper of a smirk on his lips.
Is there anything on your mind? Something you'd like to ask me, maybe?
Yes, I'm surprised you brought attention
Right.
to it.
Lou snickers in a self-aware sort of way.
When you're as suspicious as I am, it's pretty easy to guess that people will have questions.
I smile faintly. His openness is certainly appreciated, but the look fades as quickly as it appeared. I turn away.
I think I've asked you enough questions.
Lou's expression sinks into melancholy. He holds my eyes in his own, tightly locked and refusing to let go. Then he speaks, unbidden.
I've done odd jobs most of my life. The only title you could say I've had is messenger boy.
He hangs his head in embarrassment over his achievements and begins to drift further away.
That is nothing to be ashamed of. Information is meaningless if it is not with those who can use it. There are far less honorable ways of making a living in this world.
I can think of some too. Some that I've done.
Oh. His words are mumbled, so it takes a moment for them to sink in. I'm not sure what to say, so I settle on closing some of the distance between us in an attempt to console him. Admittedly, I expected as much. His jitteriness and defensive posture are typical of a petty criminal. I imagine he's had a tough life. The warmth between us melts the dark mood that was beginning to form. A teasingly crooked smile blooms on Lou's face as he relaxes again.
Thank you.
I didn't say anything.
That's what I'm grateful for.
At that, I am able to chuckle and give a bent grin in return.
It is no trouble.
Lou turns his head away bashfully and lifts his hand, steadily inching it towards me. My pulse starts to race. He lets it drop before he touches me. It is a relief as well as a disappointment. Once again, silence falls between us. Suddenly, Lou begins running forwards. There is nothing ahead of us. I'm completely caught off guard and left momentarily dumbfounded. Hey, but aren't you supposed to be a guard? Ho. I shout after him to come back, concern rising in my chest. He keeps up the pace, but turns his head to look at me, almost as if he's enjoying this. Oh hey, skeleton. After a short sprint, he comes to a stop. As I reach him, he bends down and carefully picks something off the sand. It's a strange, beautiful shell.
Isn't it amazing? I wonder if other lakes have shells like this.
I'm not able to stop myself from sighing.
I don't know. Is that what you were expecting to find?
It is. I like shells. The world is so dreary. Any flowers that bloom will wither and die in days without attention. I can't find a way to appreciate such fleeting things. It's only sad.
As he speaks, his voice descends into despair. Dropping so low, I almost don't make out what he says. I cannot think why the shell is impacting him so profoundly, but I want to comfort him somehow, regardless of if I can fully comprehend him.
Shells are beautiful and they can persevere. That is something I respect.
It is good you were able to find what you were searching for.
I think so too.
He lets himself remain lost in this moment for a second longer, then gently offers his meaningful shell to me.
Why don't you keep it? It can be a reminder of me.
I have no idea on what to say. Those words seem so harmless and yet foreboding. Despite my silence, he continues to hold the shell out for me to take. Cautiously, I reach up to accept the gift, afraid that the wrong move could somehow hurt the shell, or even him. When I have it, Lou places both his hands over my hand and the shell.
Thank you for coming with me.
He continues to make it difficult to speak. It takes some effort to hide the bashfulness in my voice.
It was no trouble, Lou. Really. Thank you for this. However, even if you didn't give it to me, I would not forget you.
He looks happier than I've ever seen him as he presses my hands more tightly.
I'm so glad I met you.
Likewise. I'm happy we crossed paths.
I hope that will never change. If you think of me from time to time, it would make this all worthwhile.
I am glad. And then another save. Save free. Even if it is a more generous view of this than I would give, I relish his statement. Lou is finally showing some optimism towards life. I still am unsure why Lou came here to begin with, but it eases my mind to think that he may not have to regret the choice. Lou pulls away, locking a door I barely peeked inside.
We can head back to the forest now.
Right. That is for the best since we still need to rest before sundown. We will take the smoothest route back to the clearing.
Do I look so fragile?
Yes. I'm not impressed with his attempted humor and look squarely at him as I speak. My voice completely deadpan.
Anyone would have trouble with no shoes.
I figured someone like you would say I needed to toughen up.
I shake my head fondly. His elusive way of speaking has grown on me some.
Come on, we should go.
Together we return to the woods. In what feels like no time, we enter the clearing. Margaret is already there waiting for us. She greets us with a smile.
Hello. I suppose we all had the same idea of coming here a bit early.
The three of us quietly wait for the guide's arrival, occasionally chatting with one another as we rest. The sky turns orange. Alright, I don't expect any new things to get here. And throw the lantern. And say 4. And then now and say 5. And then wait timer. Lou elects to lead and starts going forward, inching gingerly across the trembling board. After there's some distance, I follow, focus on keeping my movement steady. Margaret is the last to leave. The three of us carefully navigate the creaking, soggy wood. We attempt to keep to the guide's path in hopes that the boards will hold. I feel my foot lay heavily on a board. It bends hair-risingly under me. I wince as I slowly step off of it. I wonder if we should be crawling on all fours to spread our weight over a wider space when it makes us more vulnerable. Focus for loose foot. Wait timer. Lou lifts his foot from the castle water and places it back on the board in front of him. Thank goodness, the entire section could have collapsed. Margaret looks at us, clearly concerned.
A part of the board broke. Everyone is fine, however. You should avoid that section completely.
All right.
We're still in as much danger as we stand here. I encourage him to begin moving once more. Right, get wood, nothing there. Agonizing minutes, trap over, word for guide, tragic pit, screeching hold. Alright. I want go, take Lou.
Someone who wants to live will share their light with me.
Yes. I want go.
Being without light is dangerous, even if you are close to it.
Yes.
I've noticed the attention.
Okay, so this is like the
Or
same,
perhaps
but then with Lou instead of the melee.
You have to take the other one, guide.
He speaks with no hesitation, and everyone stares at him. Surprisingly, the attention doesn't seem to bother Lou this time. He seems completely calm.
Kika doesn't want to go, and I don't need you.
The guide audibly gasps Lou's declaration. He doesn't speak either, not from his usual indifference, but because he's completely at a loss for words. Lou shrugs the reaction off, continuing with a derisive tone.
You have your needed answer. There's only one person you can take. I hope that you'll be able to prove your keep by getting at least someone across.
The guide's face contorts awkwardly. However, I don't get an impression of anger. Instead, it's almost as if Lou's words have struck a sensitive spot. Without another word, he turns and begins to walk down the bridge.
You have to go. He will take you.
I look over to see Lou encouraging Margaret to leave. Lou is nearly ready to start pushing her towards the guide.
Why would you do that?
She peers at us, vexed.
Because it felt right.
I chime in and Lou smiles approvingly. Margaret's eyes fill with tears and she scrunches her nose up.
Well, you're wrong. I hope you realize.
I shake my head.
The decision has been made. You need to go. We will find our own way.
Margaret wipes the tears from her eyes. She fixates on me and I know that she doesn't truly believe me. I mirror her look with equal gravity.
Be safe, please. There isn't time left.
Renewed tears pour down Margaret's face, dripping in a subtle rhythm onto the already damp wood. She opens her mouth and begins to say something. However, it catches in her throat. She doesn't want to say goodbye. I don't either. She looks down and her voice drops to a whisper.
Thank you both for everything.
She then turns around, trying to catch up with the guide. It was almost unbearable seeing her so hurt. She didn't want to sacrifice someone else for her own safety as much as I didn't. However, I still hold to my decision. Yet I cannot help but wonder what Lou is thinking. By now that feeling has become familiar to me. Even so, this seems unexpected. We both stand alone, consumed by a creeping darkness. I stare quietly at Lou for a good chunk of time. He laughs nervously under my gaze, and his eyes dart away.
Please don't look at me that way. I meant what I said. Besides, you promised to let me do what I needed to do. That was it, I'm sure.
I watch him for a second longer before releasing a pent-up sigh. I can't say he's wrong. Lou is stronger than most give him credit for. Lou nonchalantly stretches his arms out, his elbows popping with the motion. Sorry, I just realized I needed stretch as well.
Probably should start running now.
I look down, my fists tightening in contemplation. I can't let concern slow us down. I need to get him to the other side. I steel my determination. The two of us dash forward and take another branching path out of the bridges. We continue to race across Sinnlos. Bridge after bridge, many glossy arms reach up. And oh wait, no, he's keeping himself up. But then prowlers.
Prowlers.
And more rise up. And do we have more choices? I blink in amusement at the finality of his words. He rarely has the nerve to be so bold.
Swinging your sword will only give them another option to pull you down with. I've heard stories. Please listen, Kika. Run away with me. We can make it.
I look over at the monsters who are now clambering over the bridges towards us faster, and then back at Lou, who locks eyes with me without a whisper of a doubt. It's clear he won't let me throw myself at the threat.
All right. Since you're better informed on how to handle this, then I will follow your lead.
Relief washes over Lou's face before it hardens again with determination.
We should go.
I nod and turn to the path ahead, crawling with monsters. We sprint down the bridges together, into the fray of contorting claws. I duck below Nyx's grasping hands and jump over another reaching pair at the base of the bridge. I hear a small noise from Lou. With trepidation, but still running at top speed, I whip back to look at him. Lou is fine, he simply shakes his head and motions for me to continue.
I'm okay. Keep moving.
Right, if I don't keep moving, then I'll only be getting in the way. However, I reach my hand for him to take. Being distracted by thoughts of Lou stumbling will bring us both down. This can help. Seeing my hand waiting ahead, past those monsters, encourages Lou even further. He pushes his way through and grabs hold. I grab him tightly and begin to run again. He managed to clear the worst swarm of Nixie on the bridges. I take a moment to savor the fresh air as I slow my mad pace. Lou is gasping for breath. However, he's got an eager grin on his face. The Nixie did not follow us, but they are much too near for comfort. We meet eyes and both continue to run to put those creatures far behind us, still hand in hand. We start rushing across those bridges with renewed vigor and don't stop until the wet sounds of the crooked monsters are long behind us. I take advantage of the break to look around with more carefulness. It is nothing but the essence of Sinnlos, bridges, fog and the lake itself. I can see neither the interloping guide's light nor the shore. We are completely and utterly lost in this labyrinth of ever-changing bridges. The atmosphere surrounding this place is even more oppressive and dense in the dark. Now that I've been forced to take in our situation, I am engulfed by the sheer emptiness of it all. The silence is deafening. My thoughts turn to Lou. This is what he had to deal with before we happened to find each other. I felt so sure of my need to protect him. The boy on the brink of death curled up in a helpless ball. I feel the cold sting of regret upon realizing that Lou is back in this situation again thanks to my choices. I turn to assess him. He's bent forward over his knees, panting erratically as he tries to catch his breath. He's completely and utterly exhausted. Yet when he catches my gaze, he looks up to smile at me. I jerk my head away. I'm wildly uncomfortable that Lou is much more willing to smile now than ever before. I have no idea how he could be so happy over this. I don't even want to consider that he's acting this way for my weak sake. I open my mouth to speak, but before I can put forth one word,
We're safe right now.
I'm struck, baffled by his choice of words, given where we are. Sinnlos is the Nixie's territory, therefore inescapable. However, this lake is vast, and Nixie are not omnipresent, nor I think this should be omniscient, but Lou catches me looking for any signs.
I noticed that Nixie can't be everywhere in this maze. It's huge. Now that we're away from them, we just have to be quiet.
Of course.
I feel a surge of hope well up in my chest.
We should take this opportunity to fully rest. Then we can progress somewhat slowly for a time. Capturing the attention of those beasts with loud steps is something we must avoid.
Lou nods. The two of us stand quietly together, regaining our strength for the path ahead. After a short period of time, we start to make our way across the bridges as cautiously as possible. He starts to move ahead of me. I follow behind closely. Lou stares out at the lake with a listless expression, and he seems entirely entranced within his own mind. His expression is dark. His thoughts are almost oozing gloom. Having no attempts to interrupt, allowing him to process his thoughts on his own. Unfortunately, his true concerns are still a mystery. I feel powerless to help.
What are the odds? The two of us would end up getting left behind by the guide again.
I mean, for both of us it was that we chose. He chuckles, and a nervous smile of my own forms at the sheer irony of it.
I cannot say. It isn't exactly the same, however. This time, it was you who chose to be with me.
How could I not? There isn't anything else in this lake that's worth standing by.
Aww. We continue on the near identical pathways together. After his short comment before, Lou has stopped speaking again. We're rather aimless, but there is a little sense of panic between us. Somehow the complete isolation makes it feel as though there are no threats. There is only us in a never-ending void. I force myself to shake off such thoughts. I need to remain focused. The end will come whether we arrive at it or not. You know, because if it becomes daytime, then the bridges will sink and you're gone. A little later down the path, Lou suddenly seems to escape the snare of his mind once more. He gives me an inquisitive glance.
Are you still curious about me? I wouldn't mind sharing more, if you'd like. I can't give specifics, but if that's fine, then...
Alright, of course, please do. He grins at me. However, his face quickly falls. He has to look away as he prepares to open up.
I was the black sheep of my village. I wasn't ever able to accomplish anything, and it felt like I never belonged. I couldn't go anywhere else. It wasn't possible for someone like me. I didn't exactly want to leave, though. I only wanted to feel I was worthwhile, that I was wanted, needed. I tried again and again to be that to someone, but it was pointless.
Oh. He chuckles bitterly.
Like myself.
I pointedly give him a frown. He ducks his head further.
You probably already know that much about me by this point, huh? I'll move on. During one of my attempts to be of any use, I made some mistakes. I got caught by people who threatened my village. I didn't have the nerve to stand up to them. I put everyone I knew at risk. I had a chance to make up for what I did, but I didn't take it. And now this is where I am.
His face falls to the depths of despair.
The worst part is, the longer I'm here, with you, the less I regret it. No matter what happens to them or me, I wouldn't ever want to change my decision to go with you. I'm such a selfish coward. At least I'm embracing that now.
After one weak, self-derisive laugh, he sighs in defeat. I want to help Lou. I wish he could see his own worth. However, my mind is distracted. Something in his story strikes me. When we first found him, he was heading in the opposite direction of us. He must have started from the other shore. There's only one village located around that direction.
Lou, are you from Hammer? That's where I am heading. It's currently under siege, and I've been asked to assist in pushing the Brigadiers back.
He wordlessly stares at me. His expression is clouded with an unreadable emotion. After a moment, he turns to the ground and murmurs softly.
No specifics. I'm sorry.
He tries to sound light-hearted, but it's clear that he's shaken. I try to offer him a sympathetic smile.
I understand. The people there will be alright. I will make sure of it.
That's good.
Lou acts as though he chose to cross Sinnlos only for his own sense of self. However, I silently wonder if there's more to it than that. Was he crossing to find help on the other side? Despite my curiosity, I couldn't ask him to elaborate. It's clearly a difficult topic for him, and I already agreed to not get specifics out of this. I reach over to him and gently stroke his back from the whoa. From the nape of his neck slowly down his spine. He shivers at my touch, though it is in no way from discomfort. Okay, I know that that's again like has general use, but it just feels a little. We walk together at a steady pace. There's a rational sense of peace pervading for a while. Something catches the edge of my eyes and I gasp quietly. There's a silhouette of something ahead. Is that land? The other shore? I have a difficult time believing what I'm seeing.
You're going the right way.
I can hear the astonishment in his voice as well. He goes from complete shock to confident.
We can make it.
I nod eagerly. We increase our pace frenetically while doing all we can to remain as quiet as possible. Lure remains ahead, a comfortable distance in front of me. We take a few turns here and there, and keep running down a single bridge for a time, never allowing our eyes to leave the small sign of land for too long. The silhouette ahead finally comes into full view. I feel my heart pound with excitement. Even so, I refuse to allow that feeling to let me lower my guard. I need to remain focused. We could so easily fall at the final step. Yet nothing threatens us. And then we miraculously arrive at the dock. The two of us immediately rush off of the bridges onto the safety of solid land. Before I can fully register what happened, I can hear the sound of Lou's airy, overjoyed laughter.
We made it! We actually made it!
We sure did. Pools of tears form in my eyes, and I allow myself to relish the joy of the moment. I'm so One Piece? Sorry. This doesn't seem real, but instead some wild, waking fantasy. As the rush of adrenaline escapes my body, I realize that we are alone. Did they make it before us and leave, or...
The guide goes slow.
I breathe deeply and calm myself. Lou was correct. They will make it to the shore soon enough. I have to believe that. I manage to feel settled again. This lake has made me start to count on the worst case scenarios. Lou smiles contentedly at my calmness. When I catch his eye, he turns away bashfully.
Honestly, the further we went, the more it felt like I remembered where I was when I started. I never mentioned it because I didn't want to get your hopes up, but it worked. I knew which way.
I widen my eyes at his words. A surge of emotion steps from my chest.
That's incredible. You saved us.
You sure did. Lou awkwardly half laughs and rubs his arms.
You're the one who saved us. I just assisted a little bit. You're only saying that because you're kind and want me to not keep feeling worthless. But it's okay. This is enough for me. More than enough.
I beam at him. His response doesn't surprise me at all. I feel quite pleased that he was able to admit that he helped at all. I wrap my arms around his neck and gently embrace him. Oh, cute. He readily eases into the hug, as though he was waiting for it. Lou wraps his arms around my back and presses his face into the crook of my shoulder while murmuring softly to me. Sometimes you forget that this is a horror game.
I'm so grateful it was this night.
The two of us separate, though we still stand close. He sighs comfortably, then his face cocks into a somewhat playful grin.
You know, everything that's happened to me before this point, well, that's water under the bridge.
Are you for real? Are you serious right now? I give him the most unimpressed look I can manage. I will never understand how he is content joking about this nightmarish lake. I mean, it's one way of coping. Despite that, I can't help the tiny smile that whispers across my lips, because that is so purely him. Lou snickers. Even though I still feel there's nothing about this place to chest over, I can't bring myself to staunch his good mood after everything we've been through these days. He deserves to be happy, and I will continue to protect that.
We shouldn't stay here. We don't have any light, and those monsters could notice us.
Lou's face immediately falls.
So this is goodbye. You're going to Hammer. I'm not.
Right, Hammer? I thought it was Hammer. Oh well. All my thoughts crash around me. I had forgotten a moment that we did not have the same goals. I formed a view of the future where the two of us would stay together after all of this was over. He looks into my eyes with a strange, softened sorrow. I can't place what it is, but something about it causes a knot in my chest. I almost choke on my words.
Where will you go then? If you don't mind telling me.
He simply looks away. I wait for a moment, and when he doesn't continue, I do.
If you have nowhere in mind, you should come with me. Where I'm going won't be safe yet. However, it will be soon, and I will defend you until it is.
He bites his lip, though finally is able to face me.
I'd like to. More than you know. But I can't. need you to trust me when I say that if I did go, it wouldn't make anything better. I'm so sorry.
He looks the same as when I first met him, holding himself together because if he doesn't he might fall apart. But now something within him is different. It's stronger than the utter despair of failure from when we first met. It's solid, unwavering, and accepting.
You don't have to come. I understand. Still, I'd like to see you again.
He makes a small noise, something between a whimper and a grunt. Lou nods.
I want that too. When you have the chance, come back here. I'll wait for you.
The lake? I blink in surprise.
What? Lou, that doesn't make any sense.
He simply smiles. I suddenly get an urge to hold him.
Maybe it doesn't, but that's the only option we have. No matter how much I hate this shore, it's close enough and far enough.
I stare at him intensely, trying to understand what's going on in his head. He weakly looks up at me and waves.
Goodbye, Kika.
In a blink he's gone. I manage to just catch a glimpse of him dashing off into the darkness of the forest.
Wait!
I try in vain to call for him until my voice goes hoarse. He either doesn't hear me or doesn't listen. Lou completely disappears into the night. I stand there, stunned. I quickly shake off the shock and step into the forest. It's no use. He's not on the pathway and there's no trace of where he could be. He's gone. I realize a tear is falling down my cheek. I wipe off the errant tear and ball my hands into fists. I vow to myself that no matter what happens, I will return to this lake for him. I have to find him. I have to. This can't be the last time. Lou, please wait for me. I already failed to help another. I could not afford to fail the villagers. We're grateful. Occupied. The lake. Alarmed. Yeah, they deserve to hear the truth from me. Margaret explained where she was. Right, okay, so she also joined. Tight leaving everything. She looks boldly. And the guide remains obscured. Then, once the situation was stable enough for me to take some time for myself, I arrive on the shore of Sinnlos at dawn. It's late enough that only the lonely dock remains. A small monument to the horrifying maze that haunts the nights of this lake. I weave my way through the thick fog and jagged roots. I have little idea of what I'm supposed to do, since Lou ran off before making any actual plans. I wander around, searching for the boy. I peer across trees and rocks, but there's no trace of him to be found.
Kika.
I hear my name being called in the distance. My heart jumps. I recognize that voice. It's the icy tone of Sinnlos' only guide. I turn to see him walking towards me. It is expected that he is here. Still, this is far from the reunion I'm striving for. I have difficulty not being somewhat bitter. He appraises me quietly before humming in understanding.
You came back for him.
My defenses shoot up.
How do you know about that?
His eyes bore deeply into mine, and I feel chill down my
He
spine.
was dead. He was executed.
What?
All the air is sucked from. What? So we saved him for nothing. The guide offers no further explanation, and it hits me hard.
No, that can't be. You have to be wrong.
His face is scrunched up in what could possibly be sorrow as he begins to speak.
It wasn't possible for Lou to escape from what he had done. His fate was sealed. No one could save him.
He releases a long breath before he continues.
That is why he told me everything. In case he couldn't be here himself. Lou did wait for you. He stayed for as long as he could. His death was not peaceful. However, it was proud.
Time seems to nearly stop as I sit beside myself with a lurching pit in my stomach. Lou was here with me in what feels like only moments ago, and now the guide sighs melancholically.
It all feels so pointless. Still, you gave Lou something he never had. And it seems he gave you something in return. Perhaps that does have worth.
My mind is racing, and my heart pounds painfully in my chest. I have difficulty believing he actually thinks that is true. It does seem as though he would like to, at the very least. I want to believe it as well. Slowly, I reach into my pocket and gently stroke the shell Lou gave me. Without another word, the guide walks off into the distance. I don't make any attempt to follow him. I fully take out the shell to look at it. Somehow, I didn't want him to see. It was between just the two of us. I stare at the beautiful gift, grasping it in my hands. I then turn my eyes to look at the lake. Hot tears pool in my eyes and start to fall down my cheeks. The things he said, the way he was so willing to leave everyone behind, the way he seemed so prepared to let himself die, it all became so much clearer in an instant. It truly was hopeless from the start. I squeeze my eyes shut tight and imagine his face, tracing every line, every
I'll
expression,
always remember
and
you.
carving it into my memory.
I won't allow what you've done to be for nothing. I promise.
I sit there for I couldn't say how long, drinking in the internal image of Lou while vowing to never allow him to leave my thoughts. Then I open my eyes and leave this shore behind. I still find it difficult to accept Lou's cruel death. I have yet to remove the shell from my pouch. Carrying it gives me at least some comfort. That helps me continue on, despite the pain. And I will not stop trying. I will still fight to protect others. Through it all, Lou will stay with me. He won't simply fade into the mist. I choose to believe that in this way his soul can find peace. I wasn't exactly expecting that. Right. So I definitely can't go and do the next steps of the walkthrough right now. Like that would just be way too late. So, yeah. Thank you for watching, and I hope you all had fun. Right, so Saturday's stream will just be this game again, rather than Raft, because there's still more to this game. But you know, at least I've exhausted all the organic playthroughs, so to say, so hopefully it should be faster. And then, in theory, by the end of this week, this game should be entirely finished, completed, 100%ed. So yeah, thanks for stopping by, for watching, hope you had fun, hope you have a nice day, and I say bye!